social distance. First wave, second wave, first spike, second spike. Monitoring, proportionate.
It's a pleasure to welcome you today online to the 2020 Freiraum Festival.
The experience of confinement is not only the experience thus of losing freedom, but the experience of losing the world itself.
The pandemic is acting as etymologically an apocalypse.
Welcome to Tirana, welcome to the Freiraum Festival happening here in the Cloud 2013 Serpentine Pavilion.
Self-isolation, household, bubble, spending review, extension, model, circulation, mortality.
I don't believe that at this moment we know are we going to gain freedom or lose freedom in the post-COVID-19 world. But I do believe that what this crisis did is push us to think about freedom in a different way.
That neoliberalism is losing its grip on reality.
The other problem is the left, which is never united. Even in the smallest places, the left is not united. Why? Because it's clever, because it thinks, because it problematizes things, because it's critical. In Central and Eastern Europe are used to use humor as one of the exits from the former totalitarianism. But nowadays, it became really a form of communication, a form of protest. And much of the protest was based on humor, on parody, on irony, on cynicism. And being sarcastic is one of the ways to being against.
And here it is, the finished sheet of paper. In a typical size, nice shape and color.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Freiraum Festival 2021. We are broadcasting live from Goethe Institute in Thessaloniki in Greece, and also from various other locations across Europe. I am Lidia Hadjiakovou. I am one of the members of the Freiraum Platform Curatorial Committee. Also, I am the co-director of Artbox, one of the members of the Freiraum Platform that is currently artistically coordinating our program, in collaboration, of course, with the Freiraum Platform's Curatorial Committee, consisting of collectively nominated representatives of all the Freiraum members.
Hello and welcome. I'm Sotirios Bachtsidis. I am the research director and scientific advisor of Artbox, and I will guide you together with Lydia today in our journey.
Together with Sotiris, yes, we will be your Freiraum Festival co-hosts, and we will guide you through the program, of course, in collaboration with the other discussion moderators and with the Freiraum Platform members who will be joining us from other locations in Europe. This live broadcast is made possible thanks to the mobile studio that we have developed. You saw some part of it also in the video that we just saw, combining possibilities of a small TV studio and teleconference platform. The studio is set within the mobile stage of Freiraum, a light installation tool that has been designed in order to activate public spaces and communities, providing a common ground, a safe space, a Freiraum, so to say, for participatory, performative and collective actions. A few days after the festival, the material of talks, works and local events will be uploaded on our online library, made available for everyone to explore and go deeper into the content. Throughout the program, you are all invited to participate in the discussion, submit your questions via email to info@artbox.gr, and we will do our best to convey those questions to the speakers and make them part of the overall debate. Before we start with today's program, I would like to briefly introduce, as briefly as possible, the Freiraum platform and the format of the Freiraum Festival. So Freiraum is a cultural platform of institutions and independent initiatives working on strategies for positive social change and greater individual and collective freedom in a cross-disciplinary manner. Spread in more than 40 cities across Europe, Freiraum members are active in the areas of arts, culture, civic engagement, education and learning. Freiraum was launched as a project by Goethe Institute in 2017. In 2020, more than 1 year ago, with the Institute's support, Freiraum was established as an autonomous, self-governed, non-profit platform. Freiraum Festival is realized this year in collaboration and with the support of Goethe Institute. The online summits focus on art in the digital public sphere tomorrow, the focus of tomorrow's program, as well as the Freiraum mobile stage and the broadcasting studio are developed in partnership also with Common Lab, a program by Goethe Institute Thessaloniki and Artbox in collaboration with Helexpo, Hyperwerk Institute for Post-Industrial Design in Basel, and of course, Freiraum. The first Freiraum Festival took place over 1 year ago, last October. Its format was conceived as a response to the emerging conditions of the post-pandemic world. However, the festival is not a direct product of the current situation. It is rather a strategic decision that was taken to acknowledge the causes of the pandemic and to directly support the platform members and their communities. To that end, the Freiraum Festival, developed jointly by all the Freiraum platform members, is built on the intersection of the physical and the digital worlds, which are now more than ever before constituting our new digital public sphere. This is an attempt to explore the tension and the emerging possibilities in between the online and the offline, with a resourceful combination of simple tools, a mobile live editing studio and a teleconference platform, as well as live connections with local events in various locations using different devices. Therefore, the Freiraum Festival takes place locally, physically and simultaneously in several cities. The program includes local events organized by the Freiraum platform members, addressing issues particular to their localities and their audiences, while engaging also at the same time with global audiences in the live-streamed online summit. These contributions by the members offer best practice examples for community engagement and also for hands-on cultural action that aims to bring a lasting impact on societies, taking into account this new digital and local world. The online summit includes talks and discussions on 4 topics. Today we will explore the crisis of democracy and the future of protest, as well as the new political subjectivities, social movements and solidarities, while tomorrow our focus will be on the art in the digital public sphere, looking into 2 case studies, curating and live arts. Finally, the program is from time to time intercepted by short but carefully selected artistic interventions that offer artistic approaches to the discussed subjects and investigate the possibilities of online formats in different mediums. The works engage with the festival themes and also take into account that they are presented and experienced online on possibly multiple devices. They have been selected by the Freiraum Platform's Curatorial Committee through an international open call process. Closing this, I hope, short introduction, I would like to thank Goethe Institute, especially the Secretary General, Mr. Johannes Ebert, for his ongoing support. Goethe Institute Brussels, Elke, Alonia, Marlena, and Maud for a great collaboration. Goethe Institute Thessaloniki, Beate and Aris for our close collaboration, and of course for hosting the live broadcast studio and the Freiraum office space here in Thessaloniki. Of course, the curatorial committee, the Freiraum partners and members that have really contributed and put a lot of effort into making this festival a reality, and the participating moderators, speakers, and artists for their valuable contributions. So, whether you are watching from a live broadcast spot somewhere in Europe or from home, we hope that you have prepared, that what we have prepared gives you loads and loads of inspiration. We will start with a short welcome address with Elke Kassel-Moni, who is the Regional Director of Goethe Institute for Southwest Europe in Brussels. And right afterwards, we will hear another welcome address from the Freiraum Curatorial Committee and Partners team.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear Freiraum partners, colleagues, and friends. In the name of the Goethe Institute, I'm really happy to welcome you today to this first independent edition of the Freiraum Festival. Back in 2017, the Goethe Institute initiated a Europe-wide project under the title of Freiraum. Our goal was to facilitate and promote dialogue and solidarity, bringing together people from all over Europe. Cultural experts, artists, members of civil society, fostering exchange, gaining understanding of the current state of freedom in Europe today. 4 years later, the world now has changed in so many ways that I guess none of us would have ever thought possible back then. In fact, we find ourselves amidst multiple crises and in the middle of the vortex of a world changing rapidly due to climatic, economic, social urgencies. And this often at the cost of democracy, of equality, and of freedom. Those urgencies more than ever demand of us to examine the current situation, to carefully scrutinize good and best practices so we can prompt emancipatory action. We are therefore so very happy to see how Freiraum as a project has developed and emancipated itself over the past 3 years. After a plethora of workshops, festivals, and artistic expressions all over Europe, we are now so excited to see that Freiraum is no longer a project led by the Goethe Institute, but that it has become indeed its own independent NGO with its own objectives, its own activities. Really, congratulations on this. This is such a terrific success, especially considering that the past 2 years have been all but easy for the cultural and creative field. With Freiraum, I'm particularly happy because the project has lost none of its relevance and none of its urgency. And if I may say so, now more than ever, it comes exactly at the right time and the right place. Freiraum is a collective success, yet I do want to name some people in particular who have, with their dedication and with their heartfelt engagement, really made Freiraum happen. So I would like to say a big thank you to Artbox Thessaloniki, Lydia Ratsiakovo and Christoph Savidis for their unwavering motivation, their fantastic vision, their wonderful dedication to Freiraum. A big thank you also to the curatorial team, as well as, of course, all the guest speakers and artists that will join us in the course of this festival's edition. Danke to the Goethe-Institut Thessaloniki for hosting the live broadcast studio and offering a Freiraum office space. Und danke to my own team at the Goethe-Institut Brussels, to Alonia, Malena, and Maud. And of course, last but not least, I thank all the Freiraum members for their commitment and for making this project so very diverse and so very powerful. This year's festival edition is so very special. It shows us how Freiraum has expanded, and it brings together so many old and new members. And so let's set out to discuss the state of freedom, the impact of crisis on freedom in Europe today. I do hope you enjoy the festival. I wish you thought-provoking, content-rich discussions, exchange, and insights. Vielen Dank.
On behalf of friends from 14 European cities who are involved in the Freiraum platform, it is with joy that I welcome you to this year's festival. This is not just another conference, another closed discursive panic room. Freiraum is a community in which expectations are shifted, in which questions are opened transversally, and concepts emerging from the labyrinths of the artistic, the political, the social, the vulnerable travel through different sociocultural contexts. Freiraum is a laboratory-conceived community that examines the boundaries of the politics of friendship through constantly rethinking the idea and space of freedom.
For us, freedom is not a state we occupy, but rather a practice that we undertake. Specifically, it's the practice of navigating relations in ways that keep them open and dynamic, and which, in doing so, allow for the development of new, alternative modes of thought and existence. That is why we are together, and we are trying to re-question the idea of togetherness.
With this platform, we are attempting to create a harbor in which we can at the same time anchor and challenge ourselves, the world, and the dominant political and cultural narratives to bravely sail through the stormy times we live in. Every single body has its dark side. Every multitude, every community, every collective has its labyrinths, dark alleys, and dead ends because of the confusion that arises between the singular and plural, between I and us. And it is in this very abyss that the multitude reflects.
Political movements and political thought, from antiquity to the present, have been founded upon the differentiation between the one and the seven, the many. But the multitude is at the same time one and many, just as its power is both productive and destructive. Freiraum is challenged by these tense temptations too, and we are ready to be challenged.
This is the space in which the key political, but also ontological battles of our present take place. How to establish community in an era where biopower and individualism have taken their hold. while preserving the free individual. How to create a collective and not zombifying crowdedness, and preserve democracy from being reduced into a discursive category debated at conferences. How to create a body that will stand against and redefine the imposed lies of capitalism, of injustice.
The new nature of the political body, the body that is disoriented both economically and aesthetically or politically, resembles a singular tissue that refuses its own organic unity. And it is not easy to understand the anatomy and consequently the immunization of the body. It is a dying body, but not fully aware of its finality and mortality.
Post-emancipatory epochs are characterized by entropy of traditional social bodies. But we must learn what that body, that tissue can do. The tissue of the multitude is in constant evasion. It cannot be captured because it cannot fit and be molded within the traditional political hierarchies. Today, the possibility of a democratic, multitudinous body is engaged by anxiety and a sense of decomposition by the prolonged state of exemption dictated by the capital and the illusion of freedom.
Within the core of the production and reproduction of contemporary society, the common social body is a potential matrix that can create new alternative communities. These new alternative communities we should view as a different tissue, an amorphous and fluid tissue that is yet to form its body. Freiraum is such a community in the making.
The outlines of the new topography of socio-cultural, political, and economic hierarchies go above and below national borders. Today, new processes of legitimization rest upon biopolitical productivity of power. We need to find a way to recognize the warning signs and thus recognize the potential of our contemporary world. We live in a global apartheid, and that system is not only a system of exclusion, but it is also a productive system of hierarchical inclusions of the representation of power.
Democracy has remained an unfinished project throughout modernity, trapped in its national and local forms, while the processes of globalization of the last decades have only added to its challenges. The primary obstacle to democracy, however, is the permanent state of exception. Therefore, the modern dream of democracy can be considered a project that is irretrievably lost, buried under the panoptical weapons and security regimes.
The global society is being read as a global security regime. Political scientists say that national states and the old international order can no longer protect us from the threats the world now has to face. New forms of sovereignty are needed to manage the conflict of the world with itself. None of these arguments, however, allows for full realization of the concept of emancipation and democracy. They all continue the organization of social elements in an organic political body, reducing the freedoms for action and establishing their hierarchies.
The democratic multitude cannot be an apolitical body, not in a modern shape at least. To experience the real is to also experience its horrors and its illusions. We need to create an autonomous zone of trust that, in the multitude of concepts and opinions, will not be blocked operatively, that will overcome the minor provincial and personal existential fears edging towards constantly moving horizons, creating strategies for constructive confrontations and political utopias.
We will now connect to our partner in Dublin, Daniel McFarlane, and the University of Dublin's Trinity Access in Trinity College, who is joined by Dav Korpen, graduate of law, and Rhys Sheridan, student of European Studies at the University of Dublin. So, hey, Daniel, Rhys, and Dav, welcome, and so nice that you are joining us. I'm actually really happy, I have to say this from the start, that you are kind of kicking off the nice discussion of these 2 days, because as we discussed a bit a few days earlier, you managed in these podcasts that you produced to touch upon a lot of the issues that we are going to explore from a very personal, experiential way, but also very meaningful. So the floor is to you. Daniel, would you like to kick off the discussion by introducing a little bit our guests?
Yeah, of course. Thank you very much, Lily, and everybody else. It's great to be here. I know we've been talking about it, so the excitement is high. Before we start, I'll just say hello to everyone. So again, my name is Daniel McFarlane. I work for the Trinity Access Programme in Trinity College Dublin, in Ireland, no less. And today we're here to talk a little bit about student experience in the pandemic, but also maybe to address and kind of think a little bit back to our Freiraum origin story. And we were really lucky that we started off, like a lot of the committee partners, way back when Freiraum began, and we discussed cultural inequalities in Dublin City. And then now we're lucky that along with, you know, our work together, we kind of maybe be able to take the age group a little bit higher and discuss our really wonderful students. So we'll talk a little bit about the work that we do, I suppose, in Trinity Access. Really, we will more so talk about our students. So I won't introduce them. I'll let them introduce themselves in the spirit of Freiraum. And I suppose as well, in the spirit of alphabetization, I'll hand it to Dov first.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me on. I'm so excited to be here. My name is Dov. I am originally from Mauritius, and my family and I moved to Dublin, Ireland in 2007, so about 14 years ago. I've very proudly just graduated from Trinity College with a degree in law, and my graduation is on Thursday, so I'm incredibly excited for that. I have an interest in drama and theatre. I'm really passionate about access to education and education quality. And I also really enjoy baking and cycling. The pandemic for me has been really formative and really an exploratory kind of period, but also, like everyone else, I also really struggled. So I'm really excited to be discussing those kind of conversations and topics today.
Very welcome. And Rhys, why don't you kick off after those?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rhys Sheridan, and just like the introduction said, I am a third-year student of European Studies at Trinity College Dublin, and I'm currently on Erasmus at Sciences Po Paris. I suppose my background is very much like Dov and Daniel's in the sense that I am very invested in arts, education, social justice, and the intersections between those. And as a result of those, I've got quite a few opportunities in my young career so far that I'm very proud of. And just like the rest of us, I'm very happy to be here and excited to discuss these very interesting topics that we have before us.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, guys. You're welcome. It's a shame we can't be in person, but again, it's also the beauty of Zoom. We can take someone who's in Paris. We can take someone who's maybe in Dublin. We live on the road from me now, but again, you're very welcome. I'll start off maybe just a quick discussion about the reasons why the work that we do is so potent, and then also the reasons why Freiraum folded into that. You know, Ireland is quite an affluent society. It's also quite an island mindset on the far west of Europe. So, you know, we're also a very white society, and a society that we don't necessarily have an answer to some of the political issues that are going on, or at least we thought we didn't way back when, before the pandemic, which is why the ideas of Freiraum, when it first began, we decided to fold in and work a little bit closer with the Goethe Institute in Dublin and tackle cultural inequality along with educational inequality, as we kind of felt like And again, I'll be honest about this, and it's quite telling, almost like the welcome address that we had, that Freiraum, there's never been a greater need for Freiraum. I think that is true, but way back when in Dublin in, I think, 2017, we really didn't necessarily think we had anything to do with crisis and democracy in Ireland. We did have a Brexit. We felt like we did have a crazy political situation. We didn't really think about the future of protests because not many people were protesting. We didn't really have a view on political subjectivities because it just wasn't something we went to. So we did work anyway for a few years, and Dove really luckily joined us at the beginning of that on student cultural inequality and how we can work towards that. Also, by way of addressing social inequality. In Ireland, again, we are an affluent society, if we can say that, but we still have huge and stark differences between middle class, working class, higher class, and also people then who go on to university, literally down to postcodes in Dublin, so kind of postcode politics, which I know doesn't always translate kind of in Europe, but it's definitely, I'm sure, the exact same in Paris, or Thessaloniki. What's interesting and what's quite telling, and maybe you saw that in the quite experiential way in our podcast, was that we are facing those things in Ireland. We just didn't think about them. We didn't say it, and we didn't go there. And the pandemic, I think in the podcast we did mention, Melinda Gates said, the pandemic has accentuated every form of inequality that we've known, and it has. But I think for young people, and we will talk about this now in 2 minutes, it's also given you a lexicon to attack those inequalities. It's given you, an agency within the disabling power of those inequalities. But again, it's hopefully, even with Freiraum in its way, given us a start to try and tackle and attack those. So what I'd love to maybe get at, even for a second, is to chat. Maybe, Rhys, you can kick us off with the ideas of young people in the pandemic and how they were included or unincluded, and really how, to be honest, they were vilified and how they were taken to a different genre, I suppose, of citizen almost. Would you like to discuss that?
Yes, so I think the case of young people during the pandemic is a very interesting one. It's something that I still think we're trying to process. And by we, I refer to ourselves as young people, but also us as a society. And I think it's something that we'll have to interpret and to examine in the post-COVID era. One thing I will say, like you mentioned, Daniel, was that there was certainly a vilification of young people. At least the case in Ireland was that. I do think it was indirectly constructed by narratives from power. In the spirit of our conference and the ideas of freedom, I think it's something that should be considered. The case of which I saw in Ireland was quite horrendous, I have to say. It was quite scary, especially as I mentioned in the podcast, my own experience of having to be responsible due to commitments and responsibilities that I did have at the time. It was quite hard to find myself excluded, but also included. From that narrative, and the idea that I was in this grey space and that sort of mental uncomfortableness that comes with that. So for me, it was a very interesting experience, and I really do think it's something that we'll have to examine in the post-COVID era.
If I may I make a question also? In what ways were you excluded but also included in the same time?
I think I was, and that's a very interesting question, I think I was included in the sense that I was a young person. I was included in perhaps the generalizations that were made, but also the effects of those generalizations in the sense that, let's say, for example, just general media narrative saying that young people are the cause of this wave and that wave. And I suppose that would be my case. And the way in which I was excluded was, as I mentioned in the podcast, I did have caregiving responsibilities during the pandemic, so I couldn't exactly relate to that narrative. What I do think is very interesting, though, overall in the context of the pandemic and as it relates to young people, is the idea that the sacrifices that young people made were particularly unique to young people. I think if any other demographic, be it age or culture or race or sexuality, was specifically targeted to make those sacrifices, and we'd be having a very different conversation altogether. So I do think it's a very interesting reflection on society as it is today, the state of freedom in Europe. But what's more, how will this affect the future generation of politics and society in Europe, and whether or not the young people will remember this. But I suppose only time will tell.
And I think, would you like to go, Lydia?
Yes, sorry. Go on, Daniel. No, it's you continue.
And I know we'll discuss maybe at the later end to our slot, but to talk kind of about some of the closer issues to that. But what I'd love to maybe pull us back a little bit closer to would be the spirit of Freiraum, maybe the original spirit of Freiraum, and the idea of access to arts, and also the larger idea of kind of, even when we think we're giving access, who are we really not including? We can't pat ourselves in the back and say job well done. We really need to look around the entire room and see what's going on. So Dove, I'm really happy because you started off on our whole Freiraum journey with, I was only looking the other evening and I was trying to do the maths, if we're allowed to calculate it. I was trying to do the maths of how many young people we've engaged with on Freiraum in Dublin, and it's about 350 16-year-olds, 16, 17-year-olds since the start. And that's through language workshops, that's through arts workshops, that's through summer schools, theatre workshops, small interventions, and then long-term longitudinal interventions. How do you feel the adventure has been done?
It's been the most rewarding adventure, I think I would call it that. It was such a privilege to be asked to be an ambassador on the programme. And I love facilitating the workshops. I loved being there. As you mentioned, access to art is really important and a political issue, because when we think of art, we have this kind of stereotypical idea that it is for middle class, affluent people, that working class people like myself and you and Reese don't really find ourselves represented in those kind of places, or sometimes you don't even feel welcomed. And sometimes we need to be the people who are welcoming those from the similar background, from similar experiences at us. So I felt really rewarded. I felt really proud that I was there to make sure that our students knew that they could go to the National Theatre of Ireland. Because when you walk into the Abbey, it's like red carpet, it's really posh, it's really lovely, it's really warm and cozy. And had it not been for kind of concepts and events like the free ticket shows for the Abbey, I wouldn't be able to afford the Abbey shows. But the fact that we were getting our students there to go and have workshops and to devise plays and put them onto the National Theatre of Ireland, that was an amazing experience for them. And they know now that they belong there in those kind of places. They know that they deserve to be in those places, that when they're there, they shouldn't feel, oh, I feel like I don't belong because I speak a little bit different, or because I got a concession price ticket. Even those kind of small things matter. But I think we've definitely done some great work in access to education and allowing our students to be in those spaces that generally they were not represented in.
Yeah. And you mentioned on the podcast the idea of blossoming, and your idea of blossoming in college, but do you think in our own way we've allowed the space for students to find their way to blossom with us on Freiraum?
For sure. We've definitely equipped them with the confidence. And I think that's one of the most important tools we could have given them, because those spaces are open to everyone. The galleries, the workshops, the theaters, the museums, they're all open. The cultural institutions, they're not kind of restricted just for one type of person. But the fact that they themselves might not have been confident to go in by themselves, or they didn't even know that they could access those, we've given them that information, but also the confidence to say, you can go you can go to that on your weekend off, you can go to that after school, those places belong to you. So I definitely found from the start of the program, at the very first workshop, they were kind of quiet. They didn't know what was going on. They didn't know what Freiraum meant. They didn't know about the concepts of freedom and space and art and inclusion. And by the end of it, they made it their own. They made Freiraum their own, and everyone had a different kind of interpretation of it, which is what we wanted. And it was very personal, and really, really excited to see that.
Yeah, really wonderful. I believe we're heading on to a extract from our podcast. Am I correct?
Yes, we can listen a few minutes from the podcast. And also I would like to inform our audience that the podcast will be uploaded on our online library in the next 2 or 3 days. So you will have access to the whole 2 episodes, which are really, really interesting. I was making notes and notes while I was listening to it in preparation of this. So let's listen to a short excerpt. It's around 4 minutes, and then we can come back to the discussion.
Wonderful. Thank you. I'm happy, Reese. You couldn't have named it just straight off the bat. It was like, as two white men, we can talk, and 2 native Irish.
Exactly, that's true. That's very true.
We can talk about that, but I think it's also, you know, that those simplicities, or at least really those privileges, don't come as easy to other people. And I suppose, Dove, you probably had that feeling straight away when you came into Ireland. What was it like for you growing up on the ideas of freedom, or even just identity and participation? Did you feel included, or did you feel welcomed, you know, when you arrived to Ireland?
Unfortunately, not at all. Not at all. And sometimes I kind of gaslight myself, and I'm like, oh, that was totally my fault because I didn't know how to speak English. I wasn't included. I wasn't kind of putting myself out there. But I think when you're a small 10-year-old, and your family are coming here, you know, for better education, just economic reasons, which is fine, you know, which is okay. And it took me so long to grasp that, yes, it's okay for my family, a brown family, to move to a white country for a better life, for a better education, for a better standard of living. And for so long, I felt, you know, that was wrong. You know, that's not okay. But yeah, so I do think that when you're a small child and you're brown and you don't have the language and you're going to primary school here, I think it's the onus is on the teachers, on the students already in that school to make you feel welcomed. And for so long I took it upon myself. I was like, oh, Mom, I don't have any friends. I don't know how to speak the language. I feel really excluded. I was bullied, and it was again, gaslighting myself. I was like, oh, everyone goes through it. You know, kids go through that. But I think now it's obviously improving. Everyone knows the definition of bullying. Everyone, you know, calls it out, and it's just nicer to be nice now. You know, it's not a cool thing to be a bully anymore. Whereas 10 years ago, you know, it's slowly changing. 10 years ago, you know, they'd make fun of my food, they'd make fun of my name. And even, you know, my name now, introducing myself as Dove, I had to reflect on that a lot. And my full name is Dovany, obviously very, very, you know, ethnic. And the NY stands for New York at the end. But I Englishized my name, and I had to reflect on that myself. Is that a choice I'm making for me? Do I prefer that? And it is. Now I know that it's me. I want to be called Dove. You know, I want people to refer me as Dove. It's only my mom and my dad who calls me Dovany when I'm in trouble. So it's not totally to Englishize my name or to make it easier for people to call me. But also, if you had a very difficult name to say, the onus is totally on you to introduce yourself how you want to. And so that was a very big part of my identity. So my name, my experiences in primary school off the bat, because they weren't so great and accommodating and welcoming, I kind of went in then into secondary school wary and afraid and a little bit worried. But I think at the same time, I think I differ from Reese in the way that for me, college was always on the horizon, and it had to be on the horizon because it was literally the reason my family moved here. So that pressure was enormous then. Like, I had to be going to college. I didn't know what I was going to do. You know, don't know, but my mum and my dad were like, you're going, you know. And so the opposite of that, you know, not having any college prospects to only having that, and that being the only purpose, you know, in secondary school is also kind of difficult. But because of that, because I kind of knew very well what my goal and my direction were, and my family were really supportive, it didn't make secondary school so difficult. You know, I enjoyed learning, I had friends, I was really involved. I did debating, I did, arts and music and stuff. So it was a good time, but I think I wasn't as confident as I am now in my identity. Where I think Marianne says, "Oh, I went to college and I got pretty," and I feel like that. And then Conal says, "No, you were always pretty," and I actually relate to that so much because I think college allowed me to be who I am more confidently and more overtly.
So thank you for this. Actually, if that's okay, Sotiris would like to have make a question.
Absolutely. I just have really like a very kind of like maybe broader question to you, first of all, Daniel, because I think it's very interesting what you're doing in terms of like combining some, let's say, arts and education. I have the feeling clearly what you've done, it's a series of educational workshops and so on. However, I also see that as a kind of a type of like a practice of doing art without actually naming it as such. I mean, it's also like the philosophy of Freiraum actually is very much linked to that, right? Like art for social change, or even like art / education / society. So it's a kind of like broader kind of like idea. Maybe you would like to comment a little bit upon that.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it there. And it is something / and tacked on and stuck in. And it is really hard to define because one, it's really close to my own heart. And then two, it's really close to the work that I do in education. So because it feels so radical, it almost feels like, we're getting away with something or we're going to get in trouble. So there is this kind of niche underground excitement to it. And when you look at it on the whole, it's actually not that, daring. It shouldn't be anyway. We're trying to share art with people. We're trying to share education, and it's really potent in Ireland because, you could probably take a litmus test of attendees in an art gallery in Ireland. Very few of them would be from, backgrounds of color. They wouldn't be from, affluent. They would be from affluent backgrounds. So I think, for me in my practice, it goes hand in hand. I hope to have the same level and the same verve and the same tenacity when discussing STEM education. Although my heart isn't in STEM education, but I would say it's almost like a rebel collection of do-gooders. That's a way to try.
Great.
Would also maybe Risa and Dav want to take up on this point, or because I have one question that I want to pose to both of them before and shift a little bit the discussion. You both mentioned in the podcast your experience from the pandemic in a kind of not exactly contradicting way, but there is a kind of let's say disagreement there. Dav, you describe the pandemic as an opportunity to engage in difficult discussions, and especially through social media. On the other hand, Rhys mentioned a little bit social media as a platform that creates polarization and creates conflict also by this generalization and spectacularization of news. How do you kind of further expand on this? I think social media has both sides, and we feel this kind of effect at the same time. Would one of you want to comment a little bit more what you were saying in the podcast?
Yeah, sure. I totally agree that this is a very complex issue. And what I find personally is that social media is a second society. It has its own norms. It has its own Leviathan in many ways, if we're going to talk about freedom in the form of, big tech and the clients that are associated with that. Because of that as well, it offers us many opportunities, but also challenges as well for discussion, be it in politics, be it in arts, be it in education. what I find from my own experience is that it does create, to an extent, some polarization, just because social media is in its adolescence. It is still very much trying to find itself, and I suppose in some ways it's still yet to be tamed. But then again,
is social media in its adolescence, or us as users?
That's a very good question.
Because I think they're very much advanced. They're just waiting for us to also try to trick the system a little bit and hijack it, because I think they're really, really out there.
No, perhaps, yeah, that's actually a very good interpretation of our situation. I do believe perhaps that perhaps you're right. I think we, as digital citizens, are in our adolescence, but social media perhaps not. I think we're still becoming acclimatized to that digital sphere. It's very interesting, I suppose, to consider the implications of that, especially as I mentioned in the podcast about polarization discussions. Someone once asked me, what is the best way to engage with communities with which we disagree with online? And I responded, well, it's offline. And I do think that we, of course, that's an exaggeration, but what I do mean is that with engagements online with communities that we agree with or disagree with, we do have to humanize it. We do have to remember that behind the username, there is a real name. Behind the profile photo, there is an actual person, there is. And I think when that idea and that culture of humanity perhaps not return is the correct word, as if it was being there before, but perhaps when that comes to social media, then we'll see the brilliant potential that it has for our society.
Dov?
I would also agree that social media can do harm but also good. But for me personally, I was mostly engaged in the good that it was doing during the pandemic, for the most part. The Black Lives Matter movement really ignited and really caught on fire. And a few of my friends were kind of criticizing it, saying it is only catching on fire because we have so much free time, because we're not in work, because we're not in school, and because we're stuck at home, because there's a global lockdown. And, you know, why is that such a bad thing? That's not a bad thing. Maybe this issue and other political issues should have been at the forefront for ages, but we didn't have time. We didn't have the luxury of time I speak about on the podcast. We didn't have that kind of luxury to discuss those ideas, to educate ourselves, to educate each other, and to share our views on these issues. While, you know, police brutality is not as extreme as it is in Ireland, as it is in America, there are still racist systematic oppression in Ireland that, you know, was being discussed, that were being challenged, that were brought to the forefront. And I was really excited and really privileged to be part of that conversation. But also I wanted to share my own views and share my personal experiences and to join that discussion. And it must be noted as well that there are so many discussions happening online and on social media, and you don't have to join all of them. You don't, you're not obliged to. Join the ones that you want to, join the ones that take up your interests, join the ones that you know what you're speaking of. Don't deliberately misinform people. And also it is your responsibility to make sure that you're correctly informed by accessing reputable and trustworthy sources of information. So there are always going to be discussions online, polarized, right, wrong, and social media will always be doing a lot of work. But as Reese said, we're pretty much at the beginning of our journey with social media. So the onus is on us to responsibly use it and to use it for good.
That's an excellent point. So we have 3 minutes still for our very short slot. We should have had more time. But I want to pose one last question to Dov and then give you a little bit of time to round up the discussion if you want. So staying again in the digital realm, but now talking about your point that during the pandemic you also had the chance to view a lot of art online. So I'm curious about your experience in, because you are involved in art and culture anyway in your offline practice anyway in daily life. How was it as a viewer to experience different kinds of art online, and what kind of, I don't know, developments would you expect from the artist side? or the cultural institution side on what they offer online? And is it possible to have the same experience when going to an exhibition or just watching something from your computer?
I think art online and offline are not comparable. Neither are better or worse. It's a completely different thing. It's a totally different thing. And whether it can be compared to, I don't think that's fair. But I think what it did make, which was really important, it made art more accessible. And that's what Dan and Reese and I are always in the business of trying to do, which was a great thing. I watched theater online, which was a different experience. And again, like I said, it was neither good nor worse nor better. It was just different. And I think it's proved that art should be and can be adaptable, which is, something that I hope to see more of in the future, because we're going to keep continuing and keep creating online art, which is obviously just great because art is good. And that's what I think will continue to happen. Art will be more widespread, more accessible, and more different types and concepts will be created, which just makes art more kind of a cohesive, creative space to be in.
Great. So
I think that was an amazing, ending.
I think I want to invite them both next year to be part of the discussions, like in panels or moderate discussions. And I want to congratulate Daniel, because I think you are part of shaping these beautiful minds. So would you like to make like a closing statement, or say goodbye, or have a
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's either my epitaph or it's a test as an educator. But I won't say anything other than, it's very, very easy for us to make a lecture, an exhibition, even a podcast, and not go deeper and try to think about who we're not bringing to the table. I can do that tomorrow. I can do that in 10 minutes time. But I do want to go deeper. I did mention it in the podcast as a joke, but as a white man, and an able-bodied white man, there's a bit of work to be done for that level of privilege. So in that spirit, I will hand it over to Dov and Reese to say any sort of final, either spirit of Freiraum, get involved messages, or anything at all. So Dov, would you like to start?
I think just to make sure that, I don't think we really touched on mental health enough, but I think make sure that you listen to yourself and listen to your body and just be true to you. It's very cheesy, very cliche. Be true to you.
Reese.
Yes, first of all, I want to say thank you to everyone, especially Dan and Dov and the team at Freiraum for giving us this opportunity. For me, one thing I've learned throughout the pandemic at Freiraum is the idea of arts and politics and the intersection between the two. I've decided throughout the pandemic that I either want to be an artistic politician or a political artist, inspired by many various figures such as Joseph Beuys and other performance artists and whatnot. But I really do think that Freiraum offers us a brilliant opportunity to reflect on this situation that we are in here and now and look forward to the future. So thank you for holding this discussion, and it's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. We are all going to see you again next year in Freiraum, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot.
Bye-bye. Bye. So we will now connect to our partner in Belgrade. Skograd is a collective working in one of Belgrade's informal suburban settlements called Ledine. The Skograd team engages with the local community, especially neighborhood children, to create spaces of freedom. Every summer, they organize a summer school exploring the power of playing to transform our connection with others and with space. So Yelena Yoksimovic is there and will give us some more information.
Hi, Lydia.
Hello, Yelena.
So you are here in Ledine with me now.
That is amazing, actually.
Maybe you thought that you know geography and that there is no sea in Belgrade, but here in Ledine we have a sea, and you can see it behind me.
I think you made this sea maybe during the summer.
Exactly. We were sea craving with children and neighborhood here in Ledine, and we imagined this sea in our heads during the summer school called School Laboratory, and then we decided to make it here. So we made it, and it's still alive, and it still have a lot of fish in it or different sea animals. Yeah.
So would you like to introduce a little bit better than I did what Skokrad does and your every summer your activities there?
Of course. 5 years ago, we gathered around one very simple goal to make this local school here more attractive to children from Ledine. What does it mean? This school became a bit segregated. Now this trend is even stronger, and mostly Roma students enroll in it. So we wanted to do something with the space outside of school, with the public space of this courtyard, the only public space in the neighborhood, the only open. There is no squares or anything because the neighborhood is rather informally built. So we decided to make interventions here. And those interventions are like somebody from previous talk, I think Daniel or maybe some of his colleagues said, a space where everybody is welcome. So that is one of those spaces, is this C or our open classroom or our circle where we gather and create together, but we also exchange our experiences, exchange our knowledge and exchange what we want to do with the neighborhood and with the school.
This is great. I think we have a short artistic documentary that you prepared about the summer school. Let's watch it, and then we can come back to continue the discussion.
Of course, this documentary is about our summer school, and it's made with children. So we ask you some questions in it. Please be careful and try to answer some of them.
Let's see. Let's watch it.
Ispustite desno do prošle i tako ćemo malo da čutimo, da se čuje, a onda možemo u drugu grupu do drugog mesta. Onda ćemo da ponovimo. Ajde, ko će da ponovi kako radi? Ne dovedite ljudi spodno. Elise, šta se dalje? Šta se dalje? Šta se dalje?
Sviramo?
Ne. Prvo je šta?
Sad idemo jedan, tamo idemo dole dve, nema. Je ovo tvoja karta? Ajde ime. Kad miješaš, samo to staviš. Treba pomoć. Ne mogu se. Kako?
Skroz do kraja, možeš? Wow, mislio sam...
nasce reina de norte a sul. Eu vi chover, eu vi relampear, mas mesmo assim o céu estava azul. Seu amor a tanta folha de Jurema.
Bravo, Mia, bravo. Aisha, Aisha, Aisha.
Oh,
Naša četna gotova. Nije.
Zamislite da imamo mesta koja su tiha, tajnovita, drugačija, zaštićena.
Iako su ponekad pomalo smrdljiva i da možemo da letimo, da stignemo do zvezda. Sećamo se veselje.
Da smo se dozivali glasovima.
Da smo se dozivali glasovima. Sećamo se Kivarkića.
Znakova koji su čuvali.
Lekoj palati. Zamislite naše glasove utkane u muziku.
Čestitam vam svima koje su umeđu vremenu i vrasla, koje smo išli sad da vidimo. Ja iskreno... Ja bih sada da prozovem jednog po jednog, ja bih vas zamolio.
Ko je druga bruka?
Ovo su džerboba. Aha. Daj ruku. Neko mi je juče uništio delfina.
Jo, ovdje su velike životinje.
Ja vidio ovu kornjače.
Jo!
I kamenčići su to okrugli.
A crtamo, šta da crtamo?
Pa zvezdi kao.
A da zvezdi crtamo? Za spavanje?
Da. A vidite ovu kocku ovdje. Cap, 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 cap. Ovdje i ovdje.
Kako ste vi?
Dobro smo mi uživamo. Iako nije ovo moja kuća, ali...
That's wonderful. Yelena, I have a question, and it will be great if we can discuss it a bit, because I really have to say it was amazing to see this kind of like joyous kind of like party, these people like young children actually having fun. And my question is very straightforward. I mean, you know, didn't you have any kind of like issues, any kind of like problems? Most of the time when we think about like playing and gaming, we think about like online gaming. We think about like, you know, young kids in front of a tablet. So, and here we have precisely the opposite. It's a kind of, I feel it's a kind of like new model, right? Although we talk about a different situation, however, it feels like this is what you propose. Can we see it as a kind of like proposal? So, two things. Did you have any kind of issues, like people, like younger people wanting that tablet? And secondly, can you see that as a kind of like alternative model of a, you know, type of like a gaming and people, younger people coming together?
Well, yeah, we are on a very specific space. Here, I would say digital divide is very present. Most of those kids do not own any of these devices. So they are not, they didn't get the chance to get that addicted to it. And it is in that way easier for us. But our mission, if I can say it that way, is really to go back to what is old natural play. And this school laboratory happened within a project Replay, which is redesigning playscapes in Western Balkan. So we want to redesign playscapes as really outer spaces of natural play, where children can embody this freedom, where they can embody their imagination, where they can move freely. And you saw in several parts of film, that's the space where it is really okay to scream. That is the space where it's really okay to be very loud or even to be destructive. And we connect all of that with freedom very tightly. We really see that it is important to experience that kind of freedom when you're young, and then you are more confident to fight for it when you get older and to fight oppression in any way, yes.
Wonderful, great.
I have one last question also. You mentioned a little bit in a previous talk of ours that at some point in the previous summer school, you asked children to prepare like signs for a protest, and to them the concept of protest was not known, which is really kind of strange for me, because on the one hand we are talking about a disadvantaged area. On the other hand, they seem to lack the kind of sense that they are in a disadvantaged area. So it is a kind of paradoxical situation for me, and I wonder if you have like a better insight in this situation than I do.
You can take a public transport from the very heart of the Belgrade, and in half an hour you will be here. In Belgrade, you have protests like every second day, almost. It's not that we are like the most democratic country, but okay, we're fighting for it. However, half an hour away on Ledine, children, very, very young, they never heard of it. They sometimes really struggle of understanding this concept, what is the protest on, or how do you protest, how do you make these signs, why do you need it, how do you advocate for your interests. because they don't always, sometimes they live in very poor conditions, they don't have any media. Sometimes because their attention is on completely different matters like surviving every day. Yeah? So in our work, we try to not to discuss protest or build on this political culture, but to see how can we perform our agency, how can we be present in the world and be seen and be heard. So that is like the first step, I think, for their age, quite adequate one. Later on, we build on this with older partners in Skograd. But here, it is how do we perform our presence and how we speak up. So that's why you saw all of those very protest-like performative parts. All of that was part of our investigation or exploration of this space and our freedom in it.
I think it's a kind of experienced, joyful militancy that Silvia Federici talks about, and we will have like unconscious but really lived experience of this. We will listen from Professor Federici later on today. So thank you very much, Helena. Thank you so much for being with us. I know that you are planning something interesting for the wall behind you also.
Yes, for that one, and the rest of the school is very, as you can see, painted, and we have some plans and interventions for it. We'll see what is going to come out of it.
Okay, well, I hope that we find out more about it in the next months and in next year's Freiraum. We still are in the first few hours of this year, and I'm already planning the next year. I'm a bit ahead of myself. But no, thank you very much, Elena. Thank you. And say hello to all the children there and the community that you're working with. And I hope I congratulate you for the work you're doing. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. A big hug from Vladina.
Moving on, we are going to listen now to a short intervention by Daniel Freund, who is a member of the European Parliament for the German Greens. He is actively involved in the organization of the Conference on the Future of Europe, described by European Parliament, Commission and Council, who are all co-organizing this, as a unique and timely opportunity for European citizens to debate on Europe's challenges and priorities. So let's listen to Mr. Freund as he walks us through this approach.
Dear guests of this year's Freiraum Festival, dear organizers and members, 20 months ago, almost overnight, our lives were turned upside down. Borders that generations of Europeans worked so hard to tear down had a sudden comeback. Travel bans separated communities, colleagues, friends, and loved ones. In panic, our national governments looked after their own interests first, leaving our neighbors out in the rain. For a brief moment, it looked like the European Union, as we knew it, had fallen apart. But those past 20 months have also been tough for our democracy. For liberal governments, the pandemic was a welcome opportunity to put the opposition, the free press, civil society on an ever shorter leash, all under the guise of pandemic management. The good news is, doomsayers, nationalists and autocrats alike underestimated the power of civil society. No matter how tight the government's grip, how great the fear of catching the virus, citizens across the continent found ways to raise their voices and defend their rights. And it was citizens that made clear, we need the EU and we want more of it. The Freiraum Festival is proof of that. Seeing yet another pan-European event being launched, one involving people from all corners of Europe, shows that it's our citizens who breathe life into the European Union. And because the EU is more than just a loose economic construct, citizens must have a say in shaping its and their own future. And now is the time to act. Not only the pandemic, but also climate change, democratic backsliding, or the humanitarian crisis unfolding at our borders are a wake-up call. The EU needs an urgent update and reform. This is why we have launched Europe's biggest democracy experiment, the Conference on the Future of Europe. For the first time in nearly 2 decades, the EU has started a major reform process this spring. It's an experiment because this time we're putting European citizens in the driver's seat. To do this, we founded the conference on 2 pillars. An online platform that makes it possible for each and every European to share their ideas and wishes for the future of Europe without having to leave their home, sacrifice much time or spend money to attend an event. The most popular ideas are now being fed into the discussions of the randomly selected citizens panels, which are the very heart of the conference. Randomly selected is important because while the EU already lets citizens participate in its decision making, we often only hear from those who are most involved in European politics. With a random selection process, however, we can dig much deeper and engage with those who are less vocal, underrepresented, or even disaffected and frustrated with politics. We also wanted the panels to be representative of the diversity of Europeans, for example in gender, age, education, or origin. For us Greens, it was especially important to reserve 1/3 of the spots for young people, since they are the ones who will be most affected by the decisions we take today. This selection was a long and at times cumbersome process, but seeing the first of 4 citizens panels in action in September was worth it. It was curious to watch how a teacher from France, a manager from Germany, or a retiree from Italy would quickly arrive at the same questions that we tried to solve in the Parliament. Why can't we use our social security cards abroad? Why does each member state have to give its green light in the Council? And what about federal Europe? These are only some of the issues that citizens are now trying to untangle with the input of experts. At the end of their discussions, citizens will come forward with precise instructions to their European leaders. And this is where you and me as European citizens must come into play. Because only if we don't look away and only if we hold our governments to account will they put those ideas into practice. This weekend, when you enjoy the exhibitions, artworks, performances, take a minute to think about the people in the other 19 cities where Freiraum Festival is taking place. And remember that it's you, them, me, all of us who are Europe and who can take change into our own hands. The conference is a unique opportunity to do that. Let's use it. But for now, enjoy the festival and thank you.
Over the decades, the rest of the building's walls were filled with images of working bodies. Gifts from labor unions and partners from around the world. The art of international governance required the art of representation. Who gets to imagine the world? And who must care for it after? This work goes hand in hand. When there is no horizon, he wrote, there is no continuity between actions. There are no pauses, no paths, no pattern, no past and no future. Only the clamor of the disparate, fragmentary present.
So you can watch the full-length documentary, An Unsatisfying Metaphor by Ryan Jeffries on our online library under the artistic interventions. Moving on now to our first panel, Andrei Timcho, independent researcher and one of the founding members of the Freiraum platform, will discuss with Paolo Gerbaudo and Vladan Joller on the crisis of democracy and the future of protest.
Lockdowns, curfews, and surveillance tools have extended illiberal practices previously considered incompatible with a democratic and egalitarian public sphere. The social and economic costs of the management of the recent pandemic have befallen the least affluent while producing gains for the richest. Indeed, the idea of democracy doesn't always feel like a perfect solution. That is why it is precisely in the moments of crises that tyrannical tendencies emerge. By tyrannical tendencies, I mean the processes through which the rule of majorities starts infringing on the rights of minorities instead of respecting them. Under such conditions, any community could be marginalized and eventually silenced so that few could rule over the many. The way to maintain a democratic society is to create opportunities for the current as well as the future citizens to express themselves actively, effectively, and meaningfully on issues of their own lives. Citizens must not only be encouraged to participate in decision-making, but above all, their views and decisions must be taken into account. At the same time, however, it is necessary to lead them towards taking responsibility for these decisions. Digital technologies are a critical but uncertain component in the future of democracy. Will the internet aid the communities around the world in creating an environment that allows free participation in public life? Or will it create a place of fragmentation where collective articulations come up against impossible barriers? The challenges and opportunities that the digital era has brought about for democratic societies will be discussed by Dr. Paolo Gerbaudo and Professor Vladan Joller. Paolo Gerbaudo's research focuses on the transformation of politics in the digital era in the context of social movements and political parties. Vladan Joller explores and visualizes different technical and social aspects of algorithmic transparency, digital labor exploitation, invisible infrastructures, and many other contemporary phenomena in the intersection between technology and society.
Every historical era is defined by the ideas that are prevalent during the time, that are dominant during the time, the values, the beliefs, the worldviews that structure our view of the world and therefore also structure the way we can act in the world. This question of the influence of political ideas is what in Marxist debates has traditionally been discussed as ideology. Ideology, whose etymology means precisely a collection of ideas, a series of values and beliefs. Ideology is something we associate with different political actors, with different forces that are fighting with one another in the political arena. And canonic ideologies such as liberalism, social democracy, socialism, fascism, as properties of these subjects, as something that describes their worldview or their political consciousness. But ideology is not something that social forces, political forces can completely control. It's also something that changes with the time. At any specific point in time, there are certain ideologies that are hegemonic or dominant, and therefore push all the other actors to structure themselves, to position themselves around them. The most famous or the most recent of these dominant ideologies has been neoliberalism, to the point that we speak of a neoliberal era to indicate the time, around 40 years between the 80s and now, during which neoliberalism was dominant. Neoliberalism is the ideology of freedom in the sense of market freedom. It is the ideology of so-called free markets. It is an ideology based on the idea that markets are productive and efficient and that they are able to self-regulate, and that the state, on the other hand, is wasteful, inefficient, a gravy train, as the saying goes, corrupt, not a good way nor an efficient way to structure human relationships, and more specifically to structure the economy. As we know, neoliberalism is first and foremost an economic doctrine, a philosophy that emerged out of the writings of several scholars, including von Hayek, von Mises, later on Milton Friedman in the US, which went against the Keynesian consensus that was prevalent at the time, instead asserting a more substantial view, a more assertive view of free markets as being able to deliver the goods for the population and has been able to create prosperity and richness in the population. But it progressively also became a political doctrine, something that was already inherent in the work of some of the scholars of the neoliberal revolution. And actually it went on to act as a frame, as a paradigm for many politicians, starting from the 80s. I mean, obviously starting with the victories of Margaret Thatcher in 1979 in Great Britain, and then of Ronald Reagan in the US in the following year in 1980, which led to a revolution also in policymaking, abandoning the received wisdom, the consensus of the previous era, which was the social democratic era, as in the context it was social democracy that was the dominant ideology. And abandoning the social democratic consensus, he also abandoned Keynesian policies from John Maynard Keynes, the great British economist, that had become widely accepted both on the left and on the right. Policies such as demand management, policies such as the use of stimulus, economic stimulus, especially amid recession, policies such as public investment, seen as a necessary means in order to mobilize the economy, in order to create actually the conditions where also private activity in the economy could arise. I mean, neoliberals demolish all that, instead ushering in this promise of the free market, which though then translated into something that was quite far away from the lofty dreams neoliberals themselves had proposed. It turned into globalization, as we know it, with the huge power of multinationals, with the exploitation of cheap labor in developing countries, with huge environmental destruction that we are now witnessing, in particular, obviously, climate change, and leading to a situation that has created many countries around the world that have been progressively invested by the explosion of the free market, of corporate globalization, lot of dissent, lot of discontent. Neoliberalism has began to crumble, really, with the 2008 financial crisis, when it became apparent to everyone that the promise of a market that self-regulates, of the market as something more efficient than the state, was evidently disproved by the fact that the state had to intervene using public money in order to bail out corporations, banks that would otherwise have gone bankrupt. And it went more into this direction of decline and crisis over the course of the decade which we have just left, 2010s that have been marked by a succession of various protest and electoral movements that centered around the contestation of the neoliberal order and of different aspects of the neoliberal order. Think about the protests of 2011, think about the Indignados and Occupy Wall Street, and then various protests that continued in the following years, up to recently in 2019, the Gilets jaunes in France. Protests that were very different, but they were all united in this criticism of free market economics, in this criticism of public disinvestment, in this criticism of the economic inequality that has been ushered in by neoliberalism, with the famous Occupy Wall Street opposition between the 99% and the 1%. This wave of discontent went on with the rise of new left populist candidates and parties, people such as Bernie Sanders in the US, Jeremy Corbyn in the UK, parties such as Podemos in Spain, that were very much trying to translate that enthusiasm and that mass of discontent that was manifested in the streets and the squares all over the world into an electoral response, into a political solution to all these problems. But there were also other forms of populism that emerged around the time, besides protest movements and left populist parties and candidates, such as most notably, especially from the second half of the 2010s, a nationalist populist wave incarnated by various figures, such as Donald Trump in the US, Matteo Salvini and Giorgia Meloni in Italy, Marine Le Pen in France, and Jair Bolsonaro in Brazil. All these forces attack neoliberalism, attacking different pillars that are fundamental to neoliberalism, with the new socialist left attacking its socioeconomic premises, low taxation, economic inequality, tax havens, and so on and so forth, with the right instead attacking its cultural premises, waging a cultural war against the often hypocritical promise of openness and tolerance offered by neoliberalism. In front of this long trajectory of decline and crisis, we can say that the COVID-19 pandemic has been the last stroke that has demolished the dominance of the neoliberal ideology. The pandemic demonstrated the nefarious effects of austerity cuts that were advocated by neoliberals over the 2010s. It demonstrated how fundamental the state is for the survival of many citizens, how their health, their economic security in situations of emergency very much relies on the existence of a state and on the existence of forms of state protection, precisely the forms of state protection and the forms of state controlled that neoliberals have seen as their enemies and have tried to demolish. The COVID pandemic has inaugurated the moment, to cite Hegel in the preface of the Phenomenology of Spirit, when in one burst a flash shows the facade, shows the image, right, shows the lineaments of the emerging world that is rising on the debris of the old world. We are now in a phase of transition, a phase of passage between two different ideological eras. We are moving out of the neoliberal era, of an era dominated by neoliberal ideology, and moving into a new ideological era. This is what I define as a neo-statist era, because the state, the interventionist state, which was the sworn enemy of neoliberalism, is reappearing on so many fronts, from health policy, the management of the pandemic, the management of contagion during the pandemic with huge mobilization of the health sector and health workers, to the massive stimulus plans that have been launched in a number of countries, from Europe to the US, to end with infrastructure investment waged by the like of Joe Biden and other politicians, which very much look different from the policies that were favored by neoliberals, that were suspicious of investment, that were suspicious of public spending, that were suspicious of an interventionist state intervening directly in the economy. As we are entering this neo-statist era, this era marked by a return of the state, it is uncertain whether the character of this new ideological era will be progressive or regressive. What we are seeing is not a definitive solution to our future, as it is impossible to predict the future, but what appears clear is that the rule of the political game and the battle for consensus are changing. It is no more the era that centers on a debate on how to manage the free market. Rather, the key dilemma of our era is what should be the mission of the post-pandemic state, whether it should protect citizens from immigrants and the rich from redistributive demands, or whether it should protect the population, it should protect workers from worsening of their condition, whether it should ensure minimum rights and decent salaries, and whether the environment should be protected. Our political future is very much going to be defined by which of these two directions the post-pandemic state is going to take.
New extractivism. An assemblage of concepts and allegories. The word assemblage is usually understood as a collection or gathering of things or people, a machine or object made of pieces fitted together, or a work of art made by grouping together found or unrelated objects. This map and accompanying footnotes are precisely that. One big messy assemblage of different concepts and ideas, assembled into one semi-coherent picture, or let us say a map, a worldview. 1. Gravity. Like Einstein's theory of relativity, massive objects curve the space and time of the topography of the internet, proportionally to their weight, defined by the number of their users and content. So we can think of massive monopolies and conglomerates such as Google and Facebook as enormous black holes that, with their gravity, create a field so intense that it attracts and swallows the content and users. 2. Forces. Many other potential vectors and social forces contribute to that gravitational force. The fear of social isolation, economic and professional insecurity, unrealistic expectations of efficiency and productivity in the adapt or die environment, tailored addictions, depression and anxieties. These are just some of the other vectors that constitute social forces that keep us, with or without our wish, attached to those platforms. The social cost of opting out has become so high that opting out is essentially a fantasy. 3. Black holes. Our imaginary hero is swimming against one of those platforms' gravitational force. As they glide towards the singularity defined by the mass of these giants, users and content pass beyond the event horizon, the imaginary boundary in time and space, beyond which there is no return to the outer part of this universe. The event horizon defines the line after which the social and economic price of leaving those platforms is becoming too high. No matter how fast they try to swim now, the stream will pull them towards the center of the black hole. Without even noticing, this story's actor is now falling towards the hole into a new allegory, the cave. 4. Allegory of the cave. What takes place at the bottom of this metaphorical black hole can be described through Plato's allegory of the cave. Plato describes a group of people who spend their entire life chained to cave walls looking at a blank wall. These people are watching the shadows of real objects projected on this wall, giving them names and meanings. In our story, the script and directing of this performance of shadows are entrusted to human algorithmic machines that regulate, filter, censor and moderate the projected content on the walls of the cave. The existing elements and content that exist outside this cave and horizon of events create an information flow, a theater of shadows. 5. Walls. The cave and tower walls are constructed of multiple opaque layers and built mostly by ghost work or invisible labor. The bricks of this structure are made of black boxes, closed code and hardware, glued together with the invisible network infrastructure. They are covered with layers of corporate secrets, patents and copyrights. 6. The interface. Interfaces are framing and structuring the projected algorithmic spectacle of images. Even though they are a direct manifestation of rules, regulations and taxonomies, they successfully obscure what is hidden beneath them. They define directly or indirectly what we can or cannot do. They are both tools and discursive frames. They are instituted as an order of discourse and embodiment of the disciplined power of the platform. This cave is not only a prison cell, but it carries out the function of a factory hall and a resource extraction apparatus. The prisoner performs their threefold function as a worker, a resource and a product. 7. Shadows and capture agents. The spectacle of a constant flow of information projected through the interface creates a digital shadow on the opposite wall of the cave. The projected digital shadow on the wall is a resource field where thousands of capture agents, tentacles of the rhizomatic surveillance complex, extract information. Every movement or emotional reaction is being recorded continuously. These capture agents can take many forms and sizes. From the tiny pieces of code, crawlers that wander the web, over the sensors catching heartbeats and surveillance cameras capturing our faces, to the complex network of satellites orbiting Earth. They can see our shadows through a full range of the electromagnetic spectrum. They can be invisible or massive like a 500 meters wide radio telescope. The process of quantification is reaching into the human affective, cognitive and physical worlds. Every segment of our existence reflected on our digital shadows can be seen as a form of direct or indirect labor producing data as a behavioral surplus. When we breathe, walk, or sleep, every single emotion that we feel, our attention, our body temperature, or diseases that we have, everything can produce a behavioral surplus if being captured by surveillance apparatus. In that sense, even our bare existence within the walls of the cave can be seen as labor. Prisoner workers need to spend more and more hours maintaining their profiles in a similar fashion to sex workers in the windows of red light districts. Digital identity labor is the forced labor of the 21st century. This creates an auto-disciplinary society where each anomaly and misbehavior is detected and quantified. 8. Platopticon. The gravity of these techno-giants hold billions of users, workers, products at the bottom of those caves. In this assemblage of allegories, millions of caves or prison cells form the unique and invisible panopticon structure. The central tower of this structure has two main functions: 1, to project the content on the walls of the caves and, 2, to surveil and capture the digital shadows of the prisoners reflected on the opposite wall. 9. Information retrieval. From each cell cave and through the core of the panopticon tower, streams of information are flowing into one of the central structures of this image, the data bank. The data bank is not just the engine room, but the power itself. From here, we are examining three processes crucial for this story. On one side, extracted, stored and analyzed personal data is shaping the multidimensional portrait of the individual. On the second, all the products of the user's labor are being stored, analyzed and ranked, to form the information spectacle of images, meanings, and reputations. Furthermore, in the third one, this structure lies upon the top of the exploitation of human minds, bodies and nature. 10. Creation of data body. Our online behavior is captured, processed, and deconstructed into statistical vectors, clusters, patterns and anomalies. Each move we make is carefully analyzed by thousands of mathematical functions, algorithms and machine learning systems. This system does not see us through linear narratives emerging from our browsing behavior, metadata, or movements in physical space, but as n-dimensional statistical projections. Each and every one of our clicks sharpens the resolution and complexity of this abstract and constantly changing statistical portrait or data body. 11. Individuals. These multidimensional data portraits of the individual, consisting of millions of data points in hundreds of dimensions, can be seen as what Deleuze will name individual. A physically embodied human subject that is endlessly divisible and reducible to data representations via the modern technologies of control. The critical art ensemble is describing this data body as the fascist sibling of the virtual body, a much more highly developed virtual form, and one that exists in complete service to the corporate and police state. 12. Condividuals? Individual is always open to interaction, always ready to be detached from, and attached to, other individuals that share some properties with it, creating collective agents as condividuals, or supersubjects. The mountains and valleys of multidimensional ever-changing invisible algorithmic landscapes are clustering individuals and creating new relations, taxonomies, and ontologies. 13. Surveillant assemblage. The full picture of our individual being is not centralized in one place but is spread across hundreds of data centers in the rhizomatic assemblage of the surveillance economy and government actors. This non-heterogeneous and dispersed assemblage portrait exists through the system of data dealers, the official and unofficial exchange of data, in constant flow forming one functional entity. 14. Content extraction. Each web page or other piece of content that is being captured in the wild is rendered and analyzed. This content is being extracted into hundreds of different signals. Collected content and extracted data become a permanent corporate resource for creating multidimensional, dynamic, complex topologies in which every piece of data becomes an object that is contextually linked to other objects. Within this map, this new meta-territory, crawl hundreds of different mathematical functions, algorithms, and neural networks that we can call instruments of measurement and perception. 15. Instruments of measurement and perception. Those instruments of measurement and perception always come with inbuilt aberrations. The shape of the algorithmic lenses is carefully crafted to project the image that is in accordance with the platform's financial interest and political goals and values. Platforms often imply direct rules and regulations. They have direct power of regulation of what can be seen or said, what kind of content can and cannot exist in their universe. Here we are visually representing those rules and regulations as filters. Similarly to the algorithmic lenses, the fabric of those filters is crafted according to the platform's financial interests and political goals and values. 16. Projection of the world. Instruments of measurement and perception are ranking and defining hierarchies and relations between content, users and meaning. They define the digital regime of truth and order. This regime is a prism through which the world is projected in the form of the constant stream of spectacles on the walls of the caves. 17. Engines of extraction. Empowered by the digital extractivism tools of the information age, everything becomes a potential frontier for expansion and extraction. From the depth of DNA code in every single cell of the human organism, to vast frontiers of human emotions, behavior and social relations, to nature as a whole, everything becomes the territory for the new extractivism. At this moment in the 21st century, we see a new form of extractivism that is well underway, one that reaches into the furthest corners of the biosphere and the deepest layers of human cognitive and affective being. 18. Enclosure and affinity to infinity. In the transition to the information age, capitalism was given a chance to satisfy its affinity for infinity, to form and conquer an infinite number of new territories, to create new mechanisms for the accumulation of capital within these new spaces and to formulate new forms of exploitation. Once the territory is invaded, the process of enclosure and exploitation is established. New forms of extractivism are expanding into the territories far behind the biodiversity and knowledge enclosure. This is why we are not speaking anymore just about the knowledge economy but about the attention economy, emotion economy, and many other new economies being born from the invasion of new territories of extraction. 19. Fractal supply chains. Supply chains hidden behind the engines of extractivism are black boxes as much as neural networks or algorithms hidden behind interfaces. Each triangle of this fractal represents one phase in the production process, from birth in a geological process, through life as a consumer product, and ultimately to death in an electronics dump. Within the fractal supply chain, we see a perpetual dance between human labor, non-human labor, earth labor, and automatization. 20. Blood, sweat, and toxic lakes. Every click or swipe we make online creates one little hole in the ground, filled with toxic waste and covered by toxic clouds. Every movement of materials and data within the planetary scale factory has its own hidden price. Supply chains are optimized towards maximizing profit for a few, while the real costs of the destruction that follows are shared among all the living entities on the planet in the present and the future. One molecule after another is extracted by labor and technique to make things for humans, but the waste products don't return so that the cycle can renew itself. 21. Triangular trade. Slavery was at the heart of the development of the modern planetary scale global economy. From those days, the same model of constant flow within the vast fractal production chains expanded in time, space and complexity. The transatlantic slave trade evolved into the contemporary planetary scale factory. 22. Chains of digital colonialism. Traditional colonial practices of control over critical assets, trade routes, natural resources and exploitation of human labor are still deeply embedded in the contemporary supply chains, logistics and assembly lines of digital content, products and infrastructure. In that sense, chains of digital colonialism are made both on the extraction of digital surplus and the traditional exploitation of labor and resources. The concepts presented are mostly represented here visually, in the form of allegories. Dictionaries define allegory as a story, poem, or picture that can be interpreted to reveal a hidden meaning, typically a moral or political one. All of these allegories and concepts together, joined in the form of an assemblage, create together a blueprint of a machine-like superstructure, or a super-allegory. In that sense, what we have here is an almost fractal allegorical structure, an allegory, within an allegory, within an allegory.
Everyone, thank you, Paolo and Vladan, for the really interesting initial statements. Of course, Andre for setting the framework. Before I give the floor to Andre to start the discussion, I would like just to remind to our audience that they can also send their questions to info@artbox.gr. And looking forward to the discussion. Andre.
Thank you, Lydia. Dear all, welcome to the session on democracies and the future of protest. It is my utmost pleasure to be here with Dr. Paulo Gerbaudo and Professor Vladan Joler. With that being said, I would like to ask the first question to our speakers. The question is, can the internet, with its well-known problems of participation and access, substitute the old public sphere? Over to you.
Yes, I'll start quickly on this. I think that in a way the internet and social media have become the public sphere, as scholars as Mark Poster put it, in a sense that they are now ever more the space of circulation of information and opinion, which is the basic definition of the public sphere. But it also becomes something different. It also becomes a space of gathering, right? That's why we hear a lot about online crowds, right? Because many of the collective aggregations we see online resemble, in fact, more crowds than publics. Because their actions, for example, pushing a button, clicking, reactions on Facebook or retweeting, sharing, come to resemble the action of a mass, right? In ways that often have consequences also for various political campaigns and online movements. I mean, think about how many recent social movements were launched online or were kept alive online by enthusing supporters and by trying to shape not just public opinion, but public sentiment, right? Which in a way is the current substitute of public opinion.
So, first of all, really thank you for letting me be here today with you and participate in this discussion. I think I also agree that the internet is already a public sphere and a public place where we discuss and also some kind of apparatus to basically moderate and or not just like public life, but also our emotional life, our business life, every kind of life that we have. It's nowadays moderated by this technology. What is for me interesting maybe in this question is also related to architecture of this place. So if we think about internet, if we think, for example, in the past, we had like this idea of public square as a place where we do stuff, where we are basically changing our governments or whatever. Nowadays, the public, square, it's basically lots of different internet places. It's really interesting to think about this architecture of those places, and it's really strange. Those are really strange places in a sense of like they have ability to moderate how we communicate. Those places have a power to silence someone. Those places have a power to choose what is first, what is second, what is so in a way to create some kind of order of things. So I think like if we think about internet as a place for like public discussion, I think we need to discuss the architecture of those places and who owns those places, because like there was this kind of sentence from before, like to make a protest on Facebook, it's the same like to make a protest in shopping mall. We need to discuss those issues, like who control those places and how they are built and what are the rules of those places and who made the rules. Are those places like publicly owned places or they're like corporate places?
Yeah.
Thank you. Can I follow up on that? Like we have now narrowed down internet as a digital space for gathering, form of a new public sphere, a place for public discussion. And from that perspective of internet as a space for communication, I would like to ask you, do you think that the internet as this new public sphere will bring together arguments, defenses, and consensus proposals? Or do you think that the internet will become a place of fragmentation where collective articulations come up against impossible barriers?
I think that the internet is a space of confrontation, mostly. I mean, right? It's enough to open Twitter, right, to see that. Every day there are clashes going on, there are flames, there are controversies emerging around the issue of the day. Jordan Peterson speaking on BBC yesterday, and today people fighting around that. And these fights sometimes can be quite ugly, right? With people accusing each other or even insulting each other. And that is has also been seen with many kind of populist right movements, Gamergate as a famous example, using these confrontations. But in a way, I would say that this agonism is not necessarily bad, in a sense that the notion of public sphere that we inherited from Habermas, particularly, is often a quite idealistic and lofty one. The idea that people will just sit around the table and divested or their interests and their identities will somehow manage to reach a consensus. I mean, that is not how politics works most of the time. I mean, politics most of the time is not people coming to a consensus, but is one of the two camps winning and imposing that consensus. Partly that is also something healthy in democracy, in a sense that out of the clash of ideas, right, arguments are being disproved or supported. I mean, it can also be good in a way for rational argumentation, ultimately. In academia, all the time that happens, right? I mean, people are clashing with different views, and ultimately, sometimes one of these views emerges. I mean, in a way, the contemporary public sphere is a plebeian public sphere because it is dominated by the masses, right? And something quite new, and in a way positive, is that it is perhaps the first time in history that ordinary people write their thoughts in public. Though that then has very different manifestations. Some of them are really worrying, but I think this general thing, the fact that now people are engaging with communication, things that probably they weren't doing before the internet, I think it also has some potential, some pedagogic potential for creating a more empowered and more active citizenry.
Well, I think it's maybe more fair if we speak the internet not as a singular but as a plural thing. So there are like, many different shapes of the internet. So we can think about each of those platforms have a different architecture, have a different rules, different algorithms, different logic of what is being pushed forward and what is being oppressed. So in that sense, I think it's fair to think about the internet as a variety of different places that have a different tool. Some of them are promoting, maybe not directly, but indirectly through algorithms and through different rules that are being implied. They're favoring, I don't know, creativity or drama, like different forms of like human expression. And if you think, for example, about Facebook and some other platforms, we can say that they basically are what they're doing. They're somehow commodifying our emotions, and in that sense, they're commodifying hate as well. So in their favor, it's to have this kind of like discussions that are maybe fighting between people, and so it's in the nature of those platforms because they're favoring that type of communication because they are able to commodify, to transform this communication into profit. And this is why some of those platforms are even not trying to moderate this in different directions. But then I think there is also another problem. It's like, so on one side you have this problem that the architecture of those places. This is why, for example, you have this kind of really old saying by Marshall McLuhan, medium is the message. How the medium is constructed is also influencing how we are expressing ourselves to this medium. But also on the other side, it's maybe sometimes not fair. I remember this, like, in one moment there's this, like, like Facebook and Google, they should try to regulate, I don't know, fake news and try to, know what is true, what is not. But I think that's also the wrong way to look at it. Because the only way how they can do that, the only way to moderate it's to create some kind of algorithms and to create some kind of like statistical ways of like understanding what is truth and what is not truth. And that's completely wrong, because the truth is not statistical dimension. The truth is not the truth is philosophical dimension, you know, and we will never be able to construct the algorithms that will be able to make the difference what is truth and what is not truth. And in that sense, and this is why we will always have different forms of discriminations related to that. So yeah, I think these problems are like different dimensions.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much.
I don't know.
Sotiris,
well, I have millions of questions. It's not like that I have only one. First of all, I would like also to thank you for your amazing also presentation. Paolo, you gave us very crucial aspects clearly of what's going on today in the political discussion. And Vladan, thank you so much for this amazing video. I have to say, we haven't pointed this out. It's not that it happens every day that the theoretical discussion actually is visualized in such a beautiful way. I have to say that, and also probably also propose it also to my own students. You gave us a kind of like Bible maybe of you know, what it is, let's say what's the situation today in a very simple, easy to follow way, although at the same time it's a little bit also dystopian, and it's also like my question is the future in itself is dystopian or not. So that will be maybe one thing to answer, to discuss. And secondly, also
sorry to interrupt, this actually came from one of our audience members via email, because Paolo's approach is a little bit more optimistic, I think, and he's looking at internet as like an agency that could activate participation and discussion and conflict and democracy in that way. And then Vladan's approach a little bit more dystopian. I'm also familiar with your research on nooscope and how machine learning, you referred a little bit to this issue, how machine learning is not free from bias and it actually reproduces all the stereotypes. So yes, what is the tension between the two kind of extremes and the future?
And also maybe to add in a little bit on what you said also regarding the Paolo, because I think it's also very important. It's like, let's say, maybe to framing like that, I wouldn't say that Paolo proposes so an absolutely optimistic view, but it's somehow points out also the aspects of affectivity, the aspects of like bodily, perhaps bodily intensified way of making politics. You both discussed that it's fine not to come together into a specific agreement, but clashes are important. This is of course very important in terms of like rethinking democracy. Going back in the 80s, we have like Colin Crouch discussing the post-democratic actually kind of like ending of a democratic process, because nobody is actually interested in that. But these were perhaps the beautiful 90s, that we didn't have this kind of like, let's say, different ideas and different aspects, kind of like naivety of a political thought. So maybe to add into what also Lydia discussed here, affect is important for political thinking, but this affect can be very populistic as well. So how we deal in between and affective, let's say, way of thinking about democracy, thinking about politics that is liberating and not the other way round. So a lot of questions, I know, but you offered us also a lot to think about, and I'm sure also the people that they are following us also, they have the same, they think the same as we do here in the studio.
I'd say I share many of the ideas that were discussed before. In a sense, I share a pessimistic outlook on platforms, right? And it's obvious they are highly concentrated oligopolies that are controlling the public sphere. The contemporary public sphere is a private public sphere, so that is obviously very worrying. And it's quite worrying what these companies decide in terms of what is speakable, what is unspeakable. At the same time, in a way, I have an optimism that is rooted in fatalism, if you want to put it like that. In the sense that, to paraphrase Marx, human beings may make history, but on platforms that they don't decide. that has been a kind of recurrent element. I mean, also the original public sphere was a private public sphere in a way, right? Because newspapers were private, or cafes and tea houses were private. Social movements often find themselves, given that they don't have their own resources, but they, in a way, use the resources that become available to them. They are somehow forced to play in spaces that are not their own, right? They are forced to occupy spaces. And that is why also they have, at some point, tried to occupy platforms. Though the kind of mobilization potential of this occupational platform, of this user platform, has been marginally reducing over time, partly because the algorithms have encroached on organic visibility more and more. So, I mean, normatively, I'm not kind of seeing this as necessarily a positive phenomenon, but I definitely see it sociologically as something that has become part and parcel of our everyday political life, and something where if the left is not able to tap into the affective potential and emotional potential of these platforms, that will give more room for the right to make use of that. And they have been very shrewd in doing that, using fear, using anger as a means to fuel their agenda, and using social media platforms as a place to gather this anger and gather this fear and turn it into a very explosive energy for mobilization.
Right. Platon, would you like to add in?
Well, no. This is an argument that I have like really often. In a sense, people are maybe the tone that I'm like, because most of the maps that I was making and all of those like visualizations of power and structures, invisible infrastructures and power that I was like making in the past, and then people feel like depressed about that, and then they're saying like, okay, is there anything possible? Is there anything like positive about that and what we can do? I'm always failing in a sense to project something positive, and I don't think it's my capacity. I don't know how to do that. But in a way, what we found, there is something like really positive, and I found like what I'm doing like really funny and positive in a sense, like because like trying to see something and being able to visualize something and exploring some kind of dark places and some invisible forms of power. I found, like every time when I create something, I found that really positive, even if it sounds really bad, it always sounds bad. But in a way, the fact that it is somehow exposed, I found that really, really positive. So in a sense, I think that's my role. Our role to make those structures more transparent, those forms of power more visible to others. And even if it looks really sad and depressive.
Perhaps one can say also that at the moment that, as you said, these complex structures become more apparent as you do it, as actually all theories do, and in the moment that they try also to combine different perspectives in creating this kind of like narrative, which I have to say, politically speaking, it's extremely important for every single one of us. Our complex reality is really so complex that sometimes we really lost track, to put it this way. So you create the bigger picture, and that's of course important. This is precisely a moment perhaps of, let's say, this elucidation, like it's the moment of like making things more clear, and that's the reason why it can be seen as an optimistic, let's say, turn. I'm trying also to sum up what you said, trying to give an answer to the person who sent us also the question, indeed, right?
But I think what we should practice, we should try to practice both creating dystopian and utopian scenarios in the same time, because like both of those practices are really, really good for us, because like I think it's important to know what can be like the future, even if it is really wrong and really
May I also say something, maybe another question that relates to what Paolo said, because it is this discussion. It's on one side the state, and you talked about this new state coming, on the other side the neoliberal market. It's always like a discussion how we bring them together. Is it possible to bring them together? I'm just making a point there regarding discussions coming out from the International Panel of Social Progress. I'm sure you know about that. And panel trying actually to envision solutions for the future to come. And there is like this proposal, leave the state what belongs to the state and leave to the market what belongs to the market. So to put it very simplistically, of course, right? Would you agree on that, or would like to comment further on that, Paolo?
I mean, it's more a matter of, I mean, in a way, the state and the market are always going to exist, and they've always existed, at least kind of in the modern era. It's more of a matter of their reciprocal relation and their division of labor, as it were. And the neoliberal era, in fact, made use of one face of the state, like in the metaphor of the state by Machiavelli that was reprised by Gramsci. The state is a centaur, right? With part human and part beast. The beastly part is the violence of the state. And neoliberals used it very generously, so to speak, in the sense that they used it to repress protest from Chile, by where neoliberal economists were involved in advising Pinochet, to Thatcher attacking unions, to the US, where cutting the welfare state was accompanied by mass incarceration rates skyrocketing, starting with Bill Clinton, right? And the mass incarceration rates of the US, right, are really one of the tragedies of neoliberalism that has destroyed the lives of so many people. My argument now is not that the market is over, as it were, and the state is triumphant, though The Economist just published today an issue with a cover, The Triumph of Big Government. But the idea is more about a return of state interventionism, which was in fact a key part of the capitalist system in the previous era, right, in the social democratic interventionist era, where it was still a capitalist system oriented towards profit, but the state intervened more strongly in terms of setting targets. Think about climate plans, climate targets. I mean, for a long time, we weren't used that the state would tell you by 2050 you need to do something. This is net zero, right? Or you weren't used to the state making quite significant public investments, or the public investment would private investment somehow. So it's a reality of a kind of rebalancing, rearticulation of the relationship between the state and the market. That can take conservative forms, in a sense of using the state simply to kind of protect the rich, because the state is always about protection and control. And on the right is really protecting the rich. But there are also ways in which opportunities may arise from this new scenario, precisely by returning to the point you were making before. I mean, this epistemological effect, in the sense that if the state's responsibility in the current economic paradigm and its complicity with the rich and corporations becomes more apparent because of its greater interventionism, that also means that dissent and protest by citizens against state decisions, against economic decisions that become political decisions, also becomes easier.
I think this covers also one more question that we had from the audience, from Jorge from Barcelona, that if we can reach a balance between democracy, capitalism, and then neoliberalism or other ideology. I think it kind of covered this question. But
yes, if I can still add, I mean, to that, the paradoxical thing was the neoliberals said that they were against the state because they were in favor of democracy. Right? And they have all the discourse of freedoms. They all presented themselves as people fighting against authoritarianism and totalitarianism. The sad story is, though, that rather than leading to a flourishing of democracy, neoliberalism was a time of post-democracy, as it was previously mentioned, in a sense that by depoliticizing so many economic decisions, ultimately this led to citizens being excluded from important decisions being delegated to experts, and this creating a lot of discontent and distrust towards politicians. Because if you go to a politician tells you, I cannot do anything about the economy because the market decides. It's obviously the citizens at some point will become quite suspicious about politics because politics doesn't deliver anything. So now it is a matter of how greater state interventionism can be coupled with greater democratic control. Otherwise, we're only going to see discontent from citizens, as it would be only natural.
Right.
Will be the bad guy here and alert of the time. We still have 4 minutes from our half-an-hour discussion slot. So would you like maybe Andre or one of you, to take a round for some closing remarks?
I think that I would rather give the space to the speakers, and in that case I would like to ask you if there is a final message, something that make you think differently thanks to your research about the digital world. Is there something like that you would like to share with us?
Well, for me, this is something that I'm working on now, and because I was mostly investigating in my research the present moment and the moment we are in, and now I started to work again with Kate Crawford on some kind of analysis of a deep past, sense of and what is really kind of disturbing for me is to realize that this is the situation that we are now. It's nothing new, and that most of those systems of control and power are dating back hundreds and hundreds of years ago, in the sense of the disturbing present of climate change. It's starting with industrial revolution. In the same way, most of the problems that we are seeing in automatization, in this kind of late capitalism and all of this, it's really long process of forming of those power structures and forming those systems of control. And it's not going to be something that we will probably be able to fix. Some kind of there is no easy fix for that. And when we were working on, for example, anatomy of an AI system, we were investigating those kind of deep anatomies of everyday objects, technological objects that we use, and the problems are starting back, to minds in Congo, in all over the world. So in a way, that we created some kind of planetary scale system, planetary scale factories that are in a way so untransparent and so complex to investigate. And this is what we will need to fix in order to create a better future. We will need to deal with the planetary scale problems and try to change the values that we believe in. To do it.
Right.
Paolo, would you like to also add something?
Yes, I would say that yes, I would say that there's many reasons to be afraid these days, and we live it through a fearful era, while desire was the driver of neoliberalism. That's why also part of neoliberalism is in difficulty, because it was really tapping into desire. But we shouldn't be afraid of fear, in a sense that it is also kind of partly a natural human reaction to danger, right? It is the emotion that is most deeply inscribed in our brain, and is also the reason why our ancestors took us here, right? Otherwise, without fear, probably they wouldn't have survived. The question is how to handle these emotions. Not to be afraid of emotions, but how to harness them, how to shape them, how to build them, how to transform them, right? Because those emotions can be transformed. Negative emotions can lead to positive emotions. Individual emotions can lead to collective emotions. And I think that though this is a huge challenge, it's very tall order, But this is really a time also of creativity and experimentation in doing this, in harnessing this emotional power.
Great.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think that's a really nice note to finish
I think it was really
the discussion.
great. Absolutely. Also, as a reminder that we'll have also as a keynote speaker today, Silvia Federici, and I'm sure that perhaps you would like to stay online and then also follow also what Professor Federici has to say also on equal matters that you have discussed with us today. Thank you very much, all of you, for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And also a reminder to the audience that in the next days they will be able to go back and rewatch some of the video statements and the discussion, of course, from the participants, because I think, personally, I would like to go back and watch them again. So thank you, and hopefully we'll see you again soon.
Bye-bye.
I hope you are now not interrupting the live session, but thank you. Thank you so much, Paolo and Vladan.
In spite of enslavement and oppression by hostile invaders, the destiny that no nation shall be forced against its will to be dependent on another. On the threshold of a hopeful future, widely over all the horrors of war, a voice is heard, free and independent, supported by her exiled children, directing your destiny. Sons and daughters of our homeland, our forthcoming generations oblige us to from generation to generation. The people will hold sovereign power, our land and people, achieving the nation's common goal. The sweat and blood shed by our ancestors for this country demand this from us in full confidence of victory. The century-old desire for freedom, the unfettered control of destinies, to be sovereign and indefeasible, the dead generations, pursues the happiness and prosperity of the whole nation, tradition of nationhood, prove itself worthy of the august destiny, the ancient dreams of your ancestors, lay a solid foundation for her free development. Freedom has been reborn in a difficult to establish hour. Freedom, harmony and welfare by fulfilling their patriotic duty, to stand relentlessly on guard of the freedom and rights won, to maintain internal order, subject to no one, the security of the citizens, to enjoy equal protection under the law. Ruinous anarchy is spreading. The right to cultural autonomy for maintenance of public order, the inviolability of the individual and the home. A people's militia shall be immediately organised. The right to determine its own fate from enemies without, their right to national freedom and sovereignty. Again, blood will flow. Civil and political rights, without distinction of nationality, religion, social position, or sex. A firm and determined struggle against them. Within the family of civilized nations, a people's militia is to be formed. An independent nation amongst the other nations of the world. Discontent is growing in a certain segment of the population. Guarantees religious and civil liberty, equal rights, and equal opportunities to all its citizens. Must be punished for treason of the state.
We will go now to another Freiraum member, this time in Ljubljana. We'll meet with independent journalist Maja Avaziberna, who is joined by director Žiga Dojzak. Žiga is the director of The Game, a device theater project that studies the role and responsibility of Slovenia and its border policy for lives and fates of the people on the run. Hello, both of you. Thank you for joining us and for contributing this great material that is also available in our online library. Hello Maja, hello Žiga.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you for joining us, and it's over to you, Maja.
As you said, I'm a journalist working for a public broadcaster in Slovenia, and I'm happy and I have a pleasure to present and talk to Žiga Dojzak, who is renowned and may I say, despite of his youth, a very much recognized theater director in Slovenia and more also abroad. He has worked on a wide range of theater pieces, different texts and authors, so to say, but especially he's known for his documentary theater work. I won't spend time with presenting, rather switching to questions. Maybe for the beginning, I'm a big fan of his titles, of your titles, no? Of the theater, of documentary theater plays. So the play we will talk about today is The Game. This play won the record number of awards at the Borscht Festival, which is the main theater festival in Slovenia. So before we start, we see the trailer. I would just like to ask Žiga, what is hidden in the title? This short title, The Game.
Yeah. Hi everyone. Game is a word people on the move use in their attempts to come from, in our case, from Bosnia to Slovenia. So in their attempts to enter Schengen area, and it's a rather bizarre word because one could say it's rather cynical because it's all but a game, because a lot of people die trying to reach this last, let's say, 50 or 60 kilometers. But on the other hand, it's really the right word because it's mostly up to the luck whether you will manage, which is a very terrifying thing, because it's not only that you have to walk through the forest and through the very dangerous terrain and at night so that the police doesn't see you. It's also when you reach Slovenia, it's up to luck whether your asylum will be heard, because our performance is based on the testimonies of people who reached Slovenia and who here met the police and tried to claim the asylum, but they weren't even taken to the procedure. They were just returned to Croatia and from there pushed back to Bosnia to really without any formal procedure from the so-called green border. So they just took people, drive them in cars and let them out in the forest and beat them and took all of their things. So from part of Slovenia, from where we started this is of course problematic from many aspects. One is, of course, it's completely illegal to not hear the claim for asylum, and from the other, it's because of this non-refoulement. So Slovenia, as a part of the European Union, should not return people to the somewhere where there is a high probability that their rights will be violated. And in numerous reports say that in Croatia they are systematically beaten and then again pushed back to the Bosnia, where they face humanitarian crisis of really great proportions.
Lydia, should we maybe see now the introduction?
Yes. Let's watch the trailer, and we have a few minutes from the play, which I think it's nice for people to understand exactly what you're talking about, and then we can come back. Let's watch the trailer.
That's why they say they call it a game, because they are playing on their soul.
Vendar so bile njihove prošnje preslišane in namesto, da bi jih odpeljali v azilni dom, so jih vrnili na Hrvaško, od tam pa naprej v Bosno in Hercegovino.
Številna pričevanja tujcev, da v policijskih postopkih niso imeli možnosti izraziti namere, da bi podali prošnjo za mednarodno zaščito, potrjujejo tudi poročila nevladnih organizacij in uradni statistični podatki.
Po podatkih Ministrstva za notranje zadeve Republike Slovenije je na policijski postaji Črnomelj maja 2018 od 379 obravnavanih namero za podajo prošnje za mednarodno zaščito izrazilo 371 oseb. Junija istega leta pa je bilo od 412 obravnavanih takih le 13. V enem mesecu je torej število izraženih namer upadlo za kar 95%. Trend se nadaljuje tudi v prihodnjih mesecih.
So we don't have too much time, so I wanted to just come back to you and ask a little bit about the creation process, how you gathered all this data, what kind of interviews you did, how was the creation of the play, and also Maya, I don't know if you have a question to follow up as well.
Yeah, we followed, we connected with the non-governmental organizations who covered this and who made really nice testimonies and reports about it. So we used a lot of testimonies on the Border Violence Monitoring Network, which is a great network where people actually in Bosnia try to record all of the food facts. We also did a lot of interviews here in Ljubljana with people who finally somehow were able to claim the asylum and are now in the procedure. And we also went to Bosnia and Haj and Velika Planića and tried to talk to the people. And it's a bizarre thing because although you read all of those things, part of you still hope that it's a bit over, you know, that it's not that bad. Yeah, it is worse.
And if I may, it is even more, worse when you see the same mechanisms now at work in Belarus and Poland. You know, many of the mechanisms and situations and accusations are, you know, present in the current reporting from the border between Poland and Belarus. So, Žiga started this as something that would refer mostly to Slovenia, and it seems it's very much interesting for.
Do you plan to continue this research, or are you doing a current project that is connected or kind of following up on this?
Well, I'm engaged in this topic from a couple of projects now, but our previous project was more based on this environmental crisis in which we are all stuck now, and actually more about that it should be more connected with to the climate injustice. So in a sense that we cannot talk about climate and not talk about the problems of capitalism and distribution of wealth. Yeah.
Great. So thank you very much for being with us today. Maya, is it? Do you have another question for Žiga, or?
Yeah, for me, I didn't know.
No, we have time for one more question. I don't want to cut you.
Perhaps may I do this one question?
Yes.
So sorry for intervening as well, but it's just maybe to say something about the format as well. Being someone coming from, let's say, an outsider without having followed your work, but you just found that this idea, the format of like something being between, let's say, a documentation of facts and a narrative, a fictitious narrative, and moving in between those two poles, something which of course is known in theatrical tradition, but maybe perhaps to say something on that. Why is this important? I mean, this kind of like these, let's say, disenchantment somehow of the narrative. Why you think it's important for the today viewer, right? Why, let's say, the presentation of data, the presentation of facts follows a similar form, somehow similar form, clearly. It's theatrical, but still.
Yeah, well, it's a rather complex thing, but what you try to achieve is that it's not so much about the people on the move and their destiny, it is more about us not following our own laws.
Okay.
And how very quickly we jump into this narrative of us versus them in this regard that for us there are laws and we try to follow them, and for them we just ignore them. But I think that in theater we can somehow use maybe other sorts of expression to make this data more present and perhaps more appealing in one.
Okay.
And here, of course, because these words go to white people from Europe, I mean from Slovenia, actually Slovenian actors who don't try to imitate anyone, but they just follow up those stories. And it's not a question about them coming here, but about us, how that this is actually happening around. And if you saw it in trailer, we have a lot of these objects, and we put them on the map from Slovenia to Bosnia, because although we read stories about pushbacks and everything, but it used to happen in, I don't know, Ceuta or in Turkey or somewhere else, but now it's happening in our ports. And in Slovenia, it's still not that present in our daily news, or the average citizen would be aware of all the violence that is actually happening.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for both for joining us, both Maya and Giga. Thank you for organizing this. And the play, as we said, is available already in our online library for people who want to watch it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Quick hello to our partner in Athens. We are connecting now to Diri, the American College of Greece, and Efi Helvopoulou, who is the artist and head of the visual arts program there, and who is watching the festival together with a group of students and professors. Hello, Efi.
Hello. Hello, Lydia. Hello, Sotiri.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. We have to wear masks in here. There's a group of people. You cannot see them now because they are on the other side of the room. Greetings from all of us here at the American College of Greece. We are gathered in one of the art studios in order to attend the upcoming panels, and we participate in this way to this conference that you're organizing. And here is Natalia, one of the senior students, who is the host of the event today.
Hello, Natalia.
Very excited about our participation. And we will initiate our own discussions here based on the topics of the panels. So thank you for this amazing organization and opportunity to discuss wonderful issues. And despite the COVID condition, we feel grateful that we are able to connect with so many communities all over Europe through this amazing festival.
Great. So thank you very much for joining, and I really look forward to finding out more about how you're going to evolve this discussion later on in your classes and your workshops. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of the day.
Bye-bye. Thank you very much.
So now from Athens to Torino, we will go for a short introduction by our partner there, Associazione Arteria.
Buongiorno. Good morning to all the people who are following this second edition of the Freiraum Festival. My name is Ivano. I'm the president of Associazione Arteria. That is a no-profit organization founded here in Turin in 2005. The area where we operate as an association is Porta Palazzo, famous for its daily open-air market. It's a district characterized by a high rate of immigrant residents who in the past came from the south of Italy and nowadays are coming from different countries. It's a place with so many different communities, with social and political conflicts, and with a strong presence of grassroots organization. As Associazione Arteria, we develop several projects to foster youth empowerment in our community, to support young people to find their place in the city and to improve their lives in many ways. We have joined the Freiraum network since the beginning in 2017, thanks to the local Goethe Institute. In Freiraum, we have brought the urgency to act, to promote, and sometimes to create the condition that can make all the people that who live in our city, no matter the nationality, the color of the skin, the gender, or the economic status, feel free. We are speaking about freedom from labor exploitation, freedom from poverty, freedom from inequalities and social exclusion, freedom from any kind of discrimination. With this aim, we are a proud partner of Il Mutamento and Super Errori in the GLOVE project, and now Giuseppe will present it.
Thanks, Ivano, for this presentation. I am Giuseppe Bisceglia, the director of the theater show GLOVE. GLOVE is a theater show about a delivery guy with an immigration background who is crossing the city to bring products to the people. In our case, food.
La tua prima sfida è raggiungi le 1500 consegne.
The protagonist of the show, this delivery guy, is a link to connect all the other residents of the area that are old people, a new generation of immigrants, but also a new kind of inhabitants, like let's say a more bourgeois people that they want to invest on the area, and they have a different look on the situation.
Cosa mangiamo stasera, amore?
The work is based on a research that we did with young girls and boys with an immigrant background. During these laboratories, we got suggestion and inspiration to build the dramaturgy that is so based on real stories.
Negri di merda. Perché quello sono negri di merda.
On the stage we have one actor, Max Liotta, and a musician, Marco Piccirillo. We built together the scene and we choose to have on the stage materials from this daily life, inspired from the market trash. We adopted also the big backpack of the delivery companies. We use a weirdo and old bicycle and a very minimal set design. So thanks to everybody, and we hope to see you very soon to our show. Bye.
So thank you, Ivano and Giuseppe. For those of you who are in Torino, you will have the chance to see this performance tomorrow evening. And now from Torino, we are going to Brussels, where we will meet our partners there, Goethe Institute Brussels and Globa Roma. Hello. Hello to everyone. Hello to the great team from Global Roma. Hello to the team from Goethe Institute in Brussels. Alonia, Anne, Ellie. It's nice to see you and nice to see all the participants there, the people from Global Roma that have been working with you. Hello.
Hello, hello, hello from Brussels. Yeah, my name is Alonia Elizalde. I'm head of the cultural department at the Goethe Institute in Brussels. And we from the Goethe Institute in Brussels are very, very happy to be part of this Freiraum festival again. And we are about to get to know a very, very special place here in Brussels. It's Global Roma and its creative initiative Espace Femme. And before I leave the floor to the wonderful members of Global Roma and Espace Femme, I would like to express my gratitude to all the heads and hearts behind Freiraum, especially Artbox and Lydia and Christos and all the curatorial team. And of course to Global Roma, to Anne and Ellie, for their great vision and for hosting us here, and all the Freiraum partners, and of course my own team at the Goethe Institute in Brussels. And we are looking forward to continuing this work with you and enjoy the festival. And I give the word now to Anne.
Thank you, Alona, and thank you for a great collaboration. Hello, Anne.
Hi, good to see you there. And thank you for hosting us. I'm very shortly going to explain what Global Roma is. So we are also part of the Freiraum network, and today we're teaming up with Goethe Institute. But Global Roma is an artistic work and meeting space for artists, art enthusiasts and co-creators. And all of the visitors of our space have a background as a newcomer. And Global Roma supports the artistic and co-creational practices of everybody that comes to our space. And actually, before Corona, we created, or we launched a platform, Espace Femme Women's Space, because our organization or infrastructure was mainly dominated by men. And for female or non-binary artists, it was quite difficult to use the space and actually to create and to host the space yourself and to make the space your own. It's really important to come together and out of sisterhood create these kind of spaces together. So that's why before Corona, Espace Femme was launched. And today there's like a lovely bunch of people present here. I think Espace Femme is really a non-limited group of people. So not everybody is present, and probably the Espace Femme collective will grow and increase and grow, and it's a non-limited space, let's say. But today it's us presenting what we've been doing the last couple of months and years. And I think I'm going to leave the floor to Ellie. So it's like a marathon of speakers.
You're
now
very fast and effective at Global Roma.
Yeah, we are.
But a great team, very nice working together. Hello, Ellie.
Hello, Kalimera. Yes, we are very happy to host you. We have prepared a small video for the project Talk with the Walls, that is the current project of Espace Femme. It started in February 2021 as a design action and reflection on the values that we have in Global Roma. So how can we non-verbally talk to the community and create community together with Espace Femme, like in the like leading and the community being together. So maybe we can.
Would you like to watch the video, and then we can come back and also listen some comments from your lovely participants?
Yes.
Great. Let's see the video.
Thank you very much. The Espace Femme it's a platform that started actually before COVID in Globaroma. But the SPASFAM idea from the beginning was how to create these safer spaces for women and non-binary people inside Globaroma, that is a space dominated mostly by male presence. And when we came back after COVID, that the space was actually free for use, like it was abandoned maybe, but it was also somehow a tabula rasa for the first time after 20 years actually that Globaroma exists. Like how to not start from creating a niche for women, but really put the women in the position of designing the space for the whole community. So
I am Carol, and Eli contacted me in January last year with the question if I wanted to participate of a project here in Globaroma and to think spatially how to make this place more safe regarding women and non-binary people, and then mostly concretely with mobile walls. Because it was you with the idea coming to me, so I mostly step into the project with you. Like, how can space creation or designs, either inside or outside in the public space, how can it be an emancipatory tool, or how can it change existing hierarchies between people? We had the idea of the walls already in the beginning, but still in the workshops we were like, what is a safe space for you? Not with the idea of the walls, but just in general. And I think this made possible to go like far in our imagination and fantasies of our ideals, what can be a safe space. I think it's good that we took a lot of time of what is a safe space for you, to do the temperature walk, to also listen to examples of concrete problems in the space.
So this was an exercise of like really moving from the outside of the space until the end of it, and we were making like stops in every space, and women were saying like how safe or unsafe they feel, or share a story that had to do somehow with these feelings. So, for example, we talked about the door of Globaroma, that now it's closed, so before it was open, and then this was creating a lot of problems. We talked about the corridor, that a lot of women said that there was catcalling there, and we also talked about the old kitchen, that it was a small kitchen at the back of the building, that it had a door, and women said stories of being trapped inside and being harassed, or feeling unsafe being alone in there. We got reassured that this open kitchen that we built is it's a good idea, and that it really accommodates more than just being an open kitchen, but it's a safe kitchen.
We were a group of women. We didn't know each other very well, so we will start with this project. So I was very curious to know how would it go about. And there was machines who cut iron, and I was really very scared to see that, but they was very gentle to show us how to use it. But maybe Anna can explain how did she felt the first time.
Okay, yeah, the days at the Core Atelier were pretty amazing, actually. For me, it was going to the playground. Get so many tools that I could use. I mean, I like constructions. I love DIY, but I have like a few cheap tools, and being there, it's like I could have whatever I wanted to experiment with, and it was really amazing. We met those super tall guys who showed us how to use big and dangerous tools, and I was super excited, but I couldn't reach them because everything was too high. It was on their size. The whole workshop was on their size, so I felt like a tiny person trying to navigate myself, and then yeah, we put stools and pallets underneath, and we managed to work there.
But no, I do feel I do have a connection with it, yeah. My hands, my sweat. Yeah, and sometimes I thought maybe I would lose my fingers with that machine, was working with all that fire coming out, my goodness, when we was cutting the metal. So no, I do have a good feeling with the furniture.
I'm working here, so I'm sharing space with the walls every day. And I have fixed them and, like mantle and dismantle them a lot of times. And they have already played a lot of different roles in Globaroma, as like they were part of the stage in the Summer of Globe. Yes, they were. We hung clothes on them. We have created small places. Yes, they have been used already with a lot of different ways, and I am also anticipating for their future of like what kind of uses I cannot even think about for them. So for me there is like a bit of a mothering relationship also, that these children, that they're not, they're not yours. You just bring them to the world. And then they will do stuff, Yeah. And I remember it was one day that we were working with Helen, and she did a mistake, and she did a wrong hole, and then we had to cover it and change it. And I always see this car on the walls, and I'm thinking of her, and I was thinking that they really have a body. It's not like an IKEA furniture that you just buy. It's really a body that you have caressed and you have taken care of, and you were present. Yes, you were the one making it, but you were also present in the making. And I think this, yes, gives, at least to me, yes, extreme pride, but also love. I mean, I love them. In the beginning, the idea was that we will design the wall, and then that we will give it to Decor Atelier to make it. And then it was in the workshops, again, of the safer spaces, that one of the things that came up is that a safe space is a space that you build yourself. And this is actually the phrase that, let's say, that gave the idea of okay, let's not just design the wall, but really actually build it, and yes, go to this crazy place with these machines that they were cutting iron like butter, and yes,
The challenge was to create the collective drawing, collective painting that would be as participatory as it can be. That every participant, every woman would share some story that is connected to safety or to unsafety, and that by listening to the story we would take out some element that we can put on the wall. As for me, it is the goddess. Her imagery usually is believed to protect the space where she is, so for me it would make sense to put her image on the wall. What I didn't know is that the stories that we share would actually work stronger than the images themselves. And I think by sharing something so vulnerable, so personal, this is actually how you create trust and connections between people. And this is how we created the safe space between us as persons.
Yeah, just hearing or listening to other stories and sharing makes me or made me feel that I am part of something, and that this something is related only to women. Yeah, it's empowering in a way or another, but also it was a way to I think to listen more, because we had a discussion about the nakedness of the Tara, I mean, for me, I see nakedness when we choose to be naked. This is powerful. This is like I am owning my body. But for other women that they were part of the group, they were saying the opposite, actually. They were saying that nakedness is part of the patriarchy, and we shouldn't do what patriarchy wants. It was a really good conversation for me, like important, I would say. And I would like to have this kind of conversations more and more, actually.
We came here with the premise that we're fighting the same battle. We're on the same side of this battle, and like understanding for the first time that in practice that feminism is not one thing. It's so many stories said in very different languages, and then I thought, wait, this must be intersectional feminism in practice, right? I mean, this is what we're reading. It taught us how can we all be feminist and have opposite opinions on the same thing.
These moments that we were failing or it was not working out, that for me actually they were the moments of the great lessons of what we are doing, and the most important moments. And yes, like this choreography of like going too far, then retracting, then listening. I think it's really important to hear these voices that they are inaudible. They're not even voices. They're maybe gestures or small irritations. So yes, with Ifra in the beginning, she was like putting the soutien de gorge, the bra. Thank you, at the women, and I find it funny. So like I was like ha ha ha, but then for her it was really really an active gesture that this woman has to be dressed. Nothing is actually pre-designed completely. Every time we meet, everything can change, and there is always the possibility to rethink and readjust what we are doing. Of course, it had limitations, but it was still an open canvas until the end that people could add or alternate things.
In the beginning, I felt frustration from the fact that once again the woman's body is the source of trouble. Once again, it brings some shame. Once again, and I was like, I want to make a statement. I want to bring my point, and then I was like, but this behavior is actually very patriarchal behavior. To make your point, to show you right, to bring it across, and to make it like somehow to make it dominate, or otherwise I will feel that like I was dominated. So I was like, it's not about those boobs being shown and my point of women's body liberation being brought. This is not the place where I have to express my fight. This is where I want to show the care to my sisters, because this was whole point of the project, to make the safe space. And if she didn't feel safe, then it was like complete failure. And in this way, for me, this project actually transformed me. And this, I think this is the biggest power of the art collectives, is that before this project and me after this project is two different people, because I came out with more understanding, but also with a community that was created by this project, because we acted together and we grew together and we transformed the world together. Yes, we transformed the environment, which is insanely strong.
So thank you. This was I really enjoyed watching this video both times that I've watched it already. And thank you for making this, and thank you for sharing this wonderful project. What really amazed me, and I think it is a really nice experience that we can all share, is that the process of designing, but then also constructing these walls that are shaping now your space, was also an entry point in order to have difficult difficult discussions and build more strong relationships based on trust and understanding. And also it was an experience of joy at the end, even through the confrontations and the discussions. It was really, I saw every time, every few minutes in the video, I saw someone dancing or singing or being very active and alive and smiling. And so what I would like to pose is one question to the members of the team, and Ellie, please hand over the mic to them, is how this was really a transformative experience for them, not only for Global Roma specifically and what they're doing there, but overall, in general, in their lives. Who would like to give a response?
Of course, I can speak for myself only. I really am not the same anymore as before this project before, because we actually acted together, and I think this is pretty rare nowadays when you act together. The communication is often limited to exchange of information and going out for drinks or doing stuff like that. But creating something together, transforming space together, taking decisions, taking position, making statements, taking risk also. That means that you have to show lots of support and solidarity to each other. Like, yes, you take position, you build your character, you create history. And yes, and also you learn so many things. You see so many new perspectives, things that you never thought about before. So I guess this is how you really build and develop your character really actively in a short, it was 1 week for me for the wall painting. So in a very short amount of time, I've lived through so many stories and things. And I think no one can stay the same after this kind of experience.
I would also like to say that with the word transforming, that before there was a lot of men, as they have said in the beginning, a lot of men artists in the building, and now a woman feel free to come to enter. Because in the beginning it was not like that. So that is also a transformation that we as women do feel as free to enter the building, and we have a safe feeling by doing that. And also we have a connection with each other by sharing things. We have a connection, and I'm really very glad that I've also met some other people, other cultures, so that make it really for me a nice place to be at Global Roma. Maybe somebody else would like to say something more?
I feel also that this was a process of reappropriating the space for you. Now you have a sense of ownership that is maybe stronger than it was before. And I guess that this kind of spills over to also the men that are coming to use the space. Has it changed their behavior also, the way they interact with you and with each other in the space?
I want to say something about the feeling agency. And when we work collectively, I think it creates more feel of agency and feel of responsibility between people. It's one very important part of working collectively, or moving from the self-expression or reflection to the collective expression. It's transform kind of narrative, but it still keep every individual narrative into a group narrative and feeling responsibility. It creates more bond between people, and it still is going when someone is coming with sharing new stories or sharing I think in every project. But we are again experiencing a new textile project that we are just commerce it, and will continue in the coming months.
Mm-hmm. So what are the next steps for this project beyond the walls?
You mean maybe I can talk a little bit about the textile project. I'm happy that invited here for a textile project. So for me as an artist, it was also transformative because we are trained as artists in a really traditional self-expressive way. I mean, everywhere in a very Western-based artistic institution. But we are working like collectively. In the first session, in the introductory session, I just came here and searching for a kind of element to mediate or to connect people for sharing a news story. And it was very interesting that there was a talk while we were eating about the tattooing, about the motifs and signs that people tattoo in their body. So I thought that we can extend it into the textile project by sharing all the stories about the people, the motifs or the reason that why they choose that to draw or a tattoo in their body, and also then we add the motifs and forms that people carry in their jewelry or in their clothes. This has a very special meaning for them, and we can bring that to the collective work. So this all also have these two immaterial and material aspects. So of course we are planning to do some textile work with a different technique of weaving and embroidery and also batik, but that's all the immaterial things that already people talk about, and also about agency and sharing and creating bond or recreating bond between the communities is still going.
Great. I just want to add something that the way we work, it's again a practice of transformation and sharing agency. So when we started the workshops with the Talk with the Walls, the idea was to first design these walls, but through the safe space workshops, new ideas came. So as we say in the video, like go build, that it was like an empowering practice, but also the textile workshop itself came from the reaction of the group saying like, why are we building wooden walls and why don't we work with fabrics or textiles and like traditionally more female ways of separating and making space and making niches to inhabit. And I think it's really important that the platform is open, so everybody who enters its platform, it's really transform its future. So everything that it's said in a Espace Femme, it's like is the one. It's the thing that will say what we will do in the future. It's like pre-designed by Global Roma, but we really listen and try to create a space that this kind of things can actually happen. And I just wanted to share this small thing.
Okay. It is a first small sample of your textile workshop.
This is a textile that actually my grandmother did like 20 years ago, but she never finished it. So we are like now trying to work in this idea that it's not like one woman's work to finish something, but we can continuously transform our past and our future together.
This is amazing. Thank you so much for sharing this. We really look forward to finding out more in your next steps. And thank you for being with us, everybody. I would like to have a small dance while we're saying goodbye. Because now we have to move on to our next speaker, to Silvia Federici. Thank you. Really, it was really nice having you with us. Thank you for everything. Global Roma and Goethe Institute in Brussels and everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
See? Hello, it is really nice seeing you. Welcome to the studio in Thessaloniki and to the on-live broadcast, of course. We will start by a short introduction from Sotiris. We will watch your video statement and then we will come back for a discussion.
Wonderful. Thank you for being with us. Indeed, today's keynote speaker is Silvia Federici, a long-life activist, a social science professor emerita and teaching fellow at Hofstra University in New York State. She worked as a teacher in Nigeria for many years, and she's the co-founder of the Committee for Academic Freedom in Africa and a member of the Midnight Notes Collective. The collective's ideas have been influenced by the late 1960s protest movements that included anti-colonial struggles, Italian autonomist Marxism, and the women's liberation movement. Federici's perhaps best-known work, Caliban and the Witch, Woman, the Body, and Primitive Accumulation, gives a feminist interpretation, or perhaps a post-feminist interpretation, of the witch hunts of the early modern period. She discusses how rape and prostitution have been established and practiced, as well as how the trials and torture of so-called witches were at the center of the subjugation of women in total and in the appropriation of their labor. Related to this analysis, Professor Federici outlines the historical struggle for the commons and the struggle for communalism, issues that are at stake today. Today, Professor Federici will discuss issues of emancipatory possibilities in a post-pandemic world. Let's see first the statement.
Good afternoon, good morning to all. It's a great pleasure to be with you. And I'm just going to make a few remarks about the theme of this festival. The question of democracy, the question of the emancipatory possibilities that we have in this very unjust world. Now, it seems to me that first of all, the most important step we can take is to recognize we do not live in real democracies. If democracy means self-government, then we obviously do not have self-government. A very limited number of people on this planet actually have the power to decide the major issues, the major questions in their life. The majority of us has been expropriated, not only from lands and from access to the social wealth, but has been expropriated from the decision-making power. About the conditions that determine, our lives. So this is, I think, is the first step that we need to take. Today, across the world, is the big corporation as we know. Who decide how land is used, who decide whether the rivers, the seas are being polluted or not, who control mining, and are conducting all kinds of destructive practices that, as we have seen recently at the climate conference in Scotland, are undermining the possibility for life, of millions and millions of people across the world. So under this condition, and I must add that their decisions, are backed by government, international institutions, and very powerful armies. In fact, the warfare in all its form, open war as well as the micro war of surveillance tactics, police killings, and so on, paramilitary killing, have become the order of the day in the great parts of the world. So under this condition, what are the emancipatory possibilities? Well, my first response is that the very severity of the crisis that we are confronting, and the severity of the crisis that is dramatically illustrated, by the millions of people who are being expelled from their ancestral land, who now live in refugee camps, who are now dying, crossing the Mediterranean to come to Europe, to go to places where they may have, some hope for the future for themselves and their families. That the very severity of this crisis, which was dramatized, by the COVID, an epidemic, a pandemic that we know, was not produced just by a virus, but was in fact produced, by the decision-making of government, who for years have destroyed, undermined, reduced the sanitary system of our countries, and of course are responsible for the deterioration of the natural environment, which then has an impact on our immunity system. We live in bodies that are exhausted, where we ingest food that has been poisoned, produced industrially. So we know now that these, epidemics, and COVID is the last of a long, long series which has never received attention, because most of the previous epidemics took place in Africa, Latin America, Asia. So now, in front of this situation, it is very clear that we need to regain the power, to decide about our life. And the severity of the crisis, as we have seen recently again in Scotland at the Conference for Climate Change, about climate change, is bringing people together, is bringing social movement together from across the world. There is a new internationalism that in different ways, whereby in different ways, people are speaking with the same voice. People are speaking and they are beginning to make connection, are beginning to coordinate action. And I think that this is very powerful. This is very hopeful. Equally important is the work, and here is where really my own interest particularly lies. Equally important is the work that millions of people, particularly primarily women, across the world, are making at local level, to transform the daily condition of their reproduction, and basically to create forms of reproduction that are more cooperative, more collaborative, and in a way overcome the isolation and the individualism in which more and more we are forced to live. And by doing that, are giving us more power, are strengthening our capacity, to confront the local and the international authority. I'm thinking here, of the millions of initiatives of women across the world, for example, in Kenya, in Africa, to replant, the forests that have been destroyed, to replant trees, to fight against deforestation in the Amazon, to fight against the mining, which is the mining of gold, oil drilling, which is destroying the waterways, which is poisoning the cropland. And, women have been in the forefront for the reclamation of land, land struggle, as well as in opposing the corporate destruction of our natural environment. And they can do that also because meanwhile, at the local level, there's a whole process of creating collective forms of reproduction. In Latin America, we have seen, for instance, a proliferation of public collective kitchen, that where people, women, men come together, women in particular, children come together to cook, and in the process also exchange information, create connection, emotional ties. We have seen a proliferation of urban gardens, urban farming. Those who have been expelled from the countryside and forced to come to the city, appropriate land, create new communities, and also create, form of farmings and other activities that enable them to not depend completely on the market, to not depend completely on the market and on the monetary system. And we've seen the struggle of nurses all through the COVID pandemic and today, who have been organizing not only within the hospital, but also outside, because they understand that their presence in the community is very important. And for example, today we know that on international level, they're organizing to force government to let go of their monopoly over the vaccine. I could expand on these struggles, but to these, in my view, are those who are now already transforming a new world, because we cannot go beyond this very authoritarian, undemocratic, exploitative world unless at the same time we construct something new. Oppositional struggles are not enough. Oppositional struggles are not enough because, among other things, the struggle itself becomes work, for the people who are engaged in it. And the struggle has to change positively our everyday life. People will not engage in another struggle that looks like is another piece of work. And we'll engage in a struggle if the struggle itself already transforms our relationship with our people and our possibility not only of survival, but our possibility to have a life that is more creative, that is more self-determined. So the positive side is that we see the more and more we have struggled that are governed by the principle that, if you want, revolution is now. Revolution is now in the sense that, we transform our relationship with people, with the natural environment, with the world of animals. So there is a new cosmovision. I think that particularly in this part of the world, I live in New York, and even in North America, the influence of the indigenous conception of the world, the idea of a world in which we are in harmony, not only among ourselves, but we are in harmony with nature, we are in harmony with animals. It's really becoming more and more powerful. And, I think that this transformation, are what are really giving us hope today. And here I want to conclude, making a reference also, to the fact that across the world, a new feminism is growing. And it's a feminism that it's in Latin America, it's called popular feminism. Because it's feminism that is not fighting for equality with men. And which men? As if men were liberated. And the majority of men are not liberated, nothing to be equal to. But is instead, fighting, to again reconstruct the fundamental condition of our life, to revalue, the process of our reproduction, and to reclaim what is being taken away from us. And this feminism, this popular feminism, which is very rooted in the struggle that people are making, over employment, over land, over the climate, against police brutality, against racism, against all forms of discrimination. This feminism, it's new in a way that brings together, many different issues. The issue again of capital exploitation, and by the same time also, in particular, the question of racism, colonialism, imperialism, and is a feminism that now is also in the process of creating international network of the type that we have seen growing over the last years, for International Women's Day, in the mobilization for International Women's Day, which is now continuing and preparing, for a new day of action. With the consciousness, however, that is not the day of action, March 8th, that is all that matters, but the great process that prepared to it, which is a process of bringing together our struggle, which come from different places, different forms of exploitation, but at the same time have profound commonalities, on the basis of which we hope to create a different world. Thank you very much.
So before we start our conversation with Professor Federici, I would just like to remind everyone watching us that they can submit their questions also via email to info@artbox.gr.
Yes, indeed. Professor Federici, thank you very much. You're also with us now here, and we'll have, of course, a short discussion. You've opened up 1,000 things to be discussed, actually exploring a new worldview, a cosmovision that you just describe it as such. Perhaps I will just start with one point, and if you want, you would like maybe to expand a little bit on that. It's also like a point that you make also in your last book, Beyond the Periphery of the Skin, that I hold here in my hands. On one side, there is this idea of it, how you call it, a joyful militancy that has actually to counteract the old-fashioned idea of so-called sad politics. These are terms that you used in the book. You also made a point that oppositional struggle is not enough. It has to be counteracted with a positive vision of the world. Maybe it will be really nice, because actually to expand a little bit on that, because you propose a totally different, let's say, model, possibly also against this kind of like heroism of revolution, or the male idea of a heroic idea of a revolution. So perhaps to say something more on that, even give us one or two examples that you find as, let's say, poignant, important.
Yeah. First of all, thank you again for inviting me, and it's been a great pleasure, and also a great pleasure listening to the end of the video. I mean, I'm very excited by some concerning the question of a constructive politics. I think it's very important, and there is a strong consensus among a lot of women's groups in different parts, for example, of Latin America, that myself and the group of women I work with are in contact, that, this glorious idea, as you said, of the revolution, this moment, cataclysmic moment that will change everything, that now is not on the agenda, which does not mean that we are not committed, that across the world people are not aware, and many committed to a radical systemic transformation, that this capitalist system is not sustainable, that it produces death, it produces scarcity, but also that we cannot create our politics on the basis of the idea of a change, that is projected continuously into the future. And instead, working on transforming from the very moment. This is not a new idea. I think is an idea that many anarchist movements, for example, have had, and not only anarchist movement, of transforming the present. And transforming the present, in two ways. First of all, that the struggle, in a sense, quote, must pay. The struggle must actually transform right away people's life. And this is also a very simple but profound, because all too often we have seen in the history of social movement a point in which the struggle becomes another burden. And in fact, something that only brings, more commitment, more tension. And I think in the women's movement from the very beginning, there's been the idea of a struggle that at the same time, creates new social relations among us and gives us, more sense of trust, more sense of confidence, transform us. A struggle that is transformative of the present. I think this is what we are talking about. And that transformation of the present has many, many dimensions. Many dimensions in the sense of the reorganization of everyday reproduction. The fact of overcoming this systematic of isolation, separation, fragmentation, of the way in which we produce ourselves. For example, each woman in her home, separated with her children and her task, etc., confronting the crisis, the daily crisis alone. And, under the cover of this notion of privacy, you don't tell your problem, you don't, you're left to struggle by yourself. And I think that coming together, organizing, and not only to meet one day in a square, not only to have a protest in front of a building or in front of a street, as important as those are, right? But also beginning to reorganize, the way we reproduce, the child care, the care of the elderly, the care of those who have chronic diseases, the cooking, I was mentioning, all the activities that have spread in recent years, particularly among communities, who didn't have access, for example, to a regular form of income, or may have been pushed out, of their home and rural areas. And they had to invent a new life. They had to create new forms of existence. And that became possible because of the collective organization, collective labor, collective decision-making. And that collective decision-making creates ties, creates, a new emotional relation among people. You get to know each other. We have seen it during the COVID, for instance. The one way of surviving the COVID for many communities has been exactly that, right? The mutual aid has not been only a way of guaranteeing food, to people. It's been also a way of bringing people together. And this is what I've been, and so this is the constructive side, right? The constructive side is that, in the many activity, action, forms of protest, organizations that we do, to reclaim, to reject, to protest, we also create new relations among ourselves. We also begin to create that new world, that we want to construct, right? And the essence of the concept of commoning, the concept of the common, right? The construction on a day-to-day basis of new relations of solidarity that have a material basis, not only ideological. This is the point. Material basis means we do things together, not only to make a flyer, not only to go in the street, but, for example, to resolve the daily problems of our reproduction. The children, the food, the relation with the environment. This is the question.
Perhaps I take that also as a point because you refer to making ties and actually advancing a culture of conviviality, and that implies as well, and in a way I think I can back this up with your own words, in a kind of like making time. From what I've understood also, you make a point also in your last book talking about capitalism actually co-opting time itself. So it is this linearity of time that supposedly will bring us to a kind of like paradise or a capitalist paradise, and you make a point saying that actually it's about a present time. This is the importance actually of this cosmovision, this new view of the world. Perhaps.
Exactly. It's not the time, you know, it's like this utopia that is in the future. Utopia is today. Utopia is today. And, you know, as I said before, for most people, unless that change really is positive already, it's going to be extremely difficult to engage in a struggle. Because often engaging in a struggle as an extra layer of work added, you know, to the great amount of, you know, task, work, preoccupation that one has on a day-to-day basis. And often the struggle appears as another incumbence, another obligation. And with that is what the idea of joyful militance, which doesn't mean that you don't run risk. It doesn't mean that you suffer. But it means you don't transform the struggle into alienated labor. And to do that, in a way, it has to be transformed. It has to change who we are. It has to change our relationship with people and how we see. You know, I hate the word empowerment because it's being used so in such a distorted fashion and fraudulent fashion. You know, but this would be a word.
The word of the now and the word of the future. Perhaps also something else, because you discuss actually and you propose a new anthropological type, a new well, I mean, an already existing actually vision of the human beings. But at the same time, I would like to stress perhaps 2 points. One's also done through your books as well. You discuss also a different epistemological take. Instead of talking about things as facts, we talk about things as, let's say, matters of care, ecologies of care. So that changes already the world that we perhaps do. Social science, that will be the first question. And then the second one, which I think also is linked to what we discuss here, I'm just thinking of the motto of the new Documenta, the big exhibition that happens every 5 years in Germany, and the new curators of the Documenta have used the word, don't make art, make friends. So the point here is like, would you see also the type of, let's say, convivial joining together that you have encountered around the world can be also linked to this type of art that opts for social change? So that would be the second.
I wouldn't put it this way. I wouldn't say don't make art and make friends. Make friends while you're making art. Art is very important. We need art. Art is our creativity, our imagination. I mean, even organizing a protest has something artistic in it. I mean, you know, we have seen, for instance, you know, all through the last year and a half, you know, in the aftermath of the assassination, of the killing by the police of George Floyd, an explosion of popular art, you know, painting of Floyd everywhere, and an incredible set of murals. You know, people, this is the way the people express their solidarity, their anger, their indignation. And so it's not art and friends. It is, in fact, the process, you know, of coming together in a way in which, you know, the sense of trust, the sense of not being alone, the sense that what we're thinking and fearing and desiring, you know, is not an individual thing only, and our problems are not our fault, but that sense of self-confidence that comes with being with other people, and is also what expands our imagination, is what, defrost. We are frozen. So much of our creativity is frozen because we are continuously under the pressure of fear, of struggle, tension with questions of survival. I think that the moment of the struggle, it is the moment of going beyond that. And I think our relation with each other are really, really crucial to our sense that we are capable of self-determination.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much. You understand it? We can continue. However, we have like a limited amount of time. I don't know if Lydia would like to.
I would just also like to build a little bit on the discussion that you've been having already. You also mentioned about the need to come back to the relationship with the body, the relationship with others, as also the relationship to the body. And very nicely you put it in your book that this can happen also through dance. I mean, it is also connected with appropriation of time and the distancing from nature by capitalism and the production powers and dynamics, and that at the end the kind of solution to this, to reconnect to nature, ourselves, the others and our bodies, dance, which I find a quite nice notion.
Yeah, because the notion of dance, actually this was inspired by, actually having witnessed people organizing, form of dancing that, really expressed incredible power. Dancing as an experimentation with our body, an experimentation in the relation of our body with others and with space. Dancing is almost a form of carving a space. It's a form of orientation of ourselves in space. And this was extremely powerful for me. And I realized, what a liberating power dance has, and art in general, So the body, the question of embodiment, and here I think the feminist movement has had a major, major role of realizing we are not disembodied subject. We come to the struggle with our body. Corporeal differences, corporeal specificities, have a role. We cannot ignore them, but we must struggle the way they are used against us. And so in a way, we have to reconstruct our relationship with our bodies. I've spoken of the way in which our bodies have been enclosed. Not only land have been enclosed, but also our bodies. And so the question of the reclaiming, reclaiming land, reclaiming relation with the natural world, and reclaiming our bodies. In Latin America, also, women now are speaking of, our bodies, the body territory, in the sense that we cannot only defend the lands, we cannot only defend the natural world from corporate exploitation. Our body is part of that territory. Our body also is the primary place in which we have to intervene, to defend it and to enable it, to express all its powers. So I think this is what I was trying to communicate. In Beyond the Periphery of the Skin, one of my last books, right? I insisted on the idea, and this is where the dance comes in, that our body are not little islands. No, they're not island separate, and from which we have to build bridges. Actually, the body expands. We are constantly affected, transformed deeply, emotionally, intellectually, physically, by our connection with other people. This is what attraction is, love, seduction. We are continuously transformed by our relationship with the natural world. Words are transforming us. Words can make us cry. So the idea of the body that is communicated by contemporary science, genetics, that tends to reduce it, tends to portray it as a machine, as a robot, right? We have to break away from that. We have, in a way, to recuperate, the older, more magical conception of the body, a body that is expansive, a body that connects, that is not, enclosed, by the frontiers of our skin, but connects beyond to people, animal, nature. That's my vision. And I think that dance is a great path to it.
We do have...
Thank you very much. Yes, this was an amazing intervention. Thank you very much for participating.
And I think we do have also actually some artistic interventions that could actually function as a kind of like commentary on what you said. And they will follow our discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Federici. It was an honor having you.
The continuing of your festival.
Thank you. And it actually reminds me also of an amazing performance by Tino Segal that we saw together. We lived together in Basel.
Absolutely. I think it was really about aspects of how dance, body politics, politics in general can be rejoined. Absolutely.
Let's watch our artistic interventions. Independent researcher Ira Bliatka, one of the founding members of the Freiraum platform and vice president of our curatorial committee, will discuss live on new political subjectivity, social movements and solidarities with Slavko Dimitrov and Nur Abuzaid. Let's listen to them.
Hello, and a warm welcome to the second panel of the Freiraum Festival, which delves into the topic of new political subjectivities, movements, and solidarities. We are here to talk about community, about identity and selfhood, and eventually about becomings and about the possibilities of enacting political subjectivity along all the new fault lines. We are holding this discussion as epidemiologists are talking about an ongoing fourth wave of the pandemic, and restrictive measures are once again being put in place around the world. By now, these measures are rehearsed, and they lack in novelty. The sense of urgency itself has acquired irregularity, making it a paradox in terms. So, what does it mean to act politically in a time like this? The past 2 years have allowed authoritarian regimes around the world to consolidate their power, while advancing neoliberal agendas and jeopardizing anti-racist and LGBTQ movements' gains. At the same time, pandemic responses have directly impacted those fundamental categories of resistance that political movements have historically been made of, such as common presence, occupying public space, organizing against an identifiable center of power. A virus is both an anonymous dictator and a protective parapet behind which agents of authoritarianism and profit projects can hide. So how, where, and when can alternative visions be asserted, and by whom? In this reflection, we are confronted with questions of community and well-being. Author Sebastian Junger, in his book Tribe on Homecoming and Belonging, reminds us that questions of community often matter more for our well-being than do affluence, prosperity, and security. Going back to various examples of catastrophe, from the London bombings after World War II to the aftermath of 9/11 in New York, he finds that situations which forced people to come together and to be there for each other to face adversity actually led to improved psychological outcomes. In other words, a jointly lived, violent experience forced people to be their most courageous and generous selves and to be there for each other, taking a break from neoliberal capitalism's model individualist subject. This is not the situation that we are actually in. Scientific studies questioning the pandemic's impact on mental health found that depression and anxiety disorders increased by over a quarter globally in 2020. Out of a wide range of associated factors, such as loss of income and exposure to negative media, reduced social connection and loneliness were heavily correlated with deteriorating mental health. What is particularly challenging then is not the pandemic alone, but the experience of going through it alone. We are here with two excellent speakers who take two distinct entry points into this discussion. Slavko Dimitrov is a queer and gender theorist, curator, and activist from North Macedonia. Slavko teaches and publishes on topics of gender politics, culture, affect, political performance, and queer theory. He has curated several art and cultural projects, including the Summer School for Sexualities, Cultures, and Politics in Belgrade and the Skopje Pride Weekend. Slavko will talk to us about the notion of the queer commons in the context of the pandemic and invites us to repoliticize the cracks in the figure of the neoliberal capitalist subject by deploying our newly found awareness of our joint vulnerability. Nur Abuzaid is an architect by training and currently a researcher at Forensic Architecture, a research agency based in Goldsmith University, focusing on spatial and media investigations into cases of human rights violation. Nur will talk to us about reclaiming technical knowledge and tools in order to interrogate power and to foster new forms of resistance and visibility, reconciling the surgical approach of technical expertise with the local contexts, stories, and histories where injustices happen.
Good morning, everyone. As you probably
are already informed, my today's talk will be on the subject of the queer commons. A talk that actually comes as a result of bringing queer struggles and queer emancipation together with the concept of the common and the commons. In particular, considering how these past 2 years the outbreak of the pandemic has somehow symptomatically brought to the surface the constitutive and the ontological, but also socio-political ontological role the common and being in common plays in our roles, and how it has devastated the ideological phantasms of the neoliberal construction of subjectivity as flexible, as plastic, adaptable, competitive, and investing human capital based on the model of the entrepreneur, especially where this subject was faced with its own abyss, visible mostly through the relentless demand for material social contacts, for support, for care, for solidarity, for and how it has brought forward the necessary constitutive interdependency. Our human vulnerability, relationality is being the condition of individuality, but also surpassing individuality. But at the same time, how with the new normal, this common has again been reappropriated, expropriated, and made a source of profiting for the big pharma companies, for the phantasms of individual and privatized power and freedom, visible in anti-vaccine movements, but visible also in the refusal of care, of solidarity, and of the sphere of the political and sociality in general. And how queer struggles can position themselves considering this very particular context, and what queer struggles and queerness can bring forward as a possibility for rethinking the commons anew. So, the normative reason and governing principle organizing neoliberal political relationality today, Foucault has argued, for example, in his later lectures, is disseminated among subjects defined by their status of being homo economicus, or as self-interested individuals deploying different measures in order to pursue and satisfy their interests, desires, and needs. While classical liberalism declared market autonomy to be a specific case with its own rationality and particular efficacy, regulated by the principle of exchange between self-interested private individuals entitled to the right of private property, neoliberalism, according to Foucault, amplifies this principle as a particular anthropology of man and distributes in the basis of the entire social and political field, so that the economic subject becomes the core of political agency and participation. The entire sphere of human agency is reorganized for the needs and necessities of the individual as competitive creature, and understood in accordance with the economic logic of calculation of costs and benefits, investments and profits, thus building an economic theory into a cosmological one, as Wendy Brown says. To an even more horrifying extent, neoliberalism has managed to radically replace a public, pluralistic, secular and democratic imaginary with a private, homogeneous and familial one. And I'm again following Wendy Brown here, precisely as she argues, through expanding the personal and protected sphere, which further leads to ushering family values, ordinances and claims into public spaces heretofore organized by democratic law and norms. By this means, Brown argues, the social and the public are not only economized but familialized by neoliberalism. Together, this challenges the principles of equality, secularism, pluralism, and inclusion at the heart of modern democratic society, allowing them to be replaced by what the father of neoliberalism, we can say, Hayek, termed the traditional moral values of the personal protected sphere. And also what we can recognize nowadays in these dark times of the pandemic as authoritarian freedom. demanding increasingly robust statism and authoritarian leaders, while undermining any possible understanding of freedom beyond the privatized and individual negative freedom. That is to say, any possibility of understanding freedom as collective, popular capacity and power to act, to initiate, begin anew, create, flourish with, within, and through the commons and the world of plurality, in the vein of Hannah Arendt, for example. In this constellation, Foucault traces the birth of biopolitics and all of its implications in regard to one's becoming a subject, and its relations to truth and the exercise of power over the body, that is life, as the main pillar of this new rationality of governmentality. It is precisely in this wider context that a question of the political efficacy of sexual identity politics, that is, practices of giving accounts of oneself, disclosing the truth of oneself, individualizing, subjectivizing, and privatizing one's own desires, one's own feelings, capacities for affecting and being affected, for relationality, sensations, needs, bodily existence, and life in general, is about to be raised in this presentation of mine and critically invested precisely through the concept of the queer common or commons. Furthermore, we can use as a useful analytical tool for a radical critique of identity politics Wendy Brown's notion of depolarization. Identity politics positions the subject and relates it to a particular truth, marks a body with difference, structures meaning, organizes, regulates, and normalizes identities. Identity politics thus substitutes personal and private vocabulary for political and social histories of subject formation and genealogies of inequality, and thus overshadows these in favor of the former. Depolarization is even more instantiated by the interferences of these processes with liberalism, neoliberalism, and individualism, as well as market rationality as complementary discourses of power and technologies of governmentality. Namely, politically construed conflicts and inequalities become more accentuated with the mark of personalization when identity claims are interweaved with notions of the subject as calculable, self-responsible, self-making, and relentlessly rational. This grammar of reification of identity necessarily invokes Marx's famous and now oft-cited analysis of commodity fetishism in the first volume of Capital, and Lukács' extended Marxian analysis of commodity fetishism in analyzing Capital's reification of the worker's consciousness and her bodily attributes and labor's capacities and skills. In queer theory, Kevin Floyd, for example, brings and corrects Foucault's famous analysis precisely through the concept of reification and the invention of the homosexual personage and homo-hetero-binary in sexual identity is approached as tightly intertwined with capitalist mystification of social and historical complexity precisely through reification, where sexual identities and their emergence in the 20th century are approached as capital's reificatory regulation of the body's capacities, body's needs, affects, sensations, pleasures, the latter being reduced and enclosed in a fragmentary and abstract logic of identity, of privatized desire and determination in accordance to the model of consumer as linked to the object of desire and consumption. So it is within this context of occlusion of deep relations between class struggles, critique of capitalism, and queer struggles through the commodification of desire and identitarian mystification of social and political history, genealogies, and inequalities that I want to bring forward the commons as possible, maybe new hegemonic concept and potent empty signifier that can mobilize new chains of equivalences and affinities, new political subjects, and maybe left populist fronts. With the problem of the queer commons, I would like to address multiple perspectives and problems related to the common and the commons. On the one hand, I propose what is common with this concept. I propose what is common to gender and sexual minorities and all those bodies marked as queer failures and less than human within the heteronormative, nationalistic, capitalist and racist surround. These commons include the specific modes of making sense in the world and the everyday experiences, the non-normative sensibilities and embodiments, the specific affective orientations towards the world and others, the multiplicity of images, of sounds, social genres, cultural practices, linguistic and communication genres and languages, subcultural subversions, aesthetic forms, counterpublics, and displacements of the mainstream and hegemonic discourses and representations, as well as the survival strategies, all of which emanate from and rework the experiences of trauma, oppression, exclusion, discrimination, and social suffering, and yet express the collective forces of persistence, flourishing, and world building. Hence, the perspective of the queer commons can also be seen as the undercommons in the words of Moten and Harney, as the undercommons of those who have historically been robbed of accessing and sharing the normatively determined and distributed commons, as the undercommons that essentially challenge the heteronormative, patriarchal, nationalist, and capitalist organization of social life and belonging to community. That is, as the very limits of the common and their exclusive grammar in relation to queer life. Queer politics can thus become a detour, a line of flight, a glamorous abdication of assimilation, but at the same time is a desiring utopian arrow aimed at the future and otherness. I do not, however, approach and propose the queer commons as isolated, naturalized, identitarian property that emanates from some alleged queer substance. The queer commons are rather deeply ingrained and historically determined by the relations and power vectors in a wider sphere of use, production, circulation, and living and working in the common. The queer commons testify to the key ontological and political role of the common as a socially shared resource, as a medium, and as a product, that is to say, as a social life itself, which multiplies instead of depleting the initial availability of shared resources and increases the capacity, imagination, creativity, knowledge, and capabilities of people, including queer people. The queer common testifies to the fact that the commons in their circulation among the multitude of singularities are subject to transformation, playfulness, redefining, and re-embodiment, rather than being fixed and expendable resource of human heterosexual nature. The queer commons refers to the multitude of queer worlds as affects and ongoing transformations of the being in relation, being in the world, being in common, as mode of being that refuses and eludes the identitarian essentialist closures, the individualist and transhistorical phantasms, while bringing forward the experience of singularity as always already in touch and sharing with plurality. Therefore, the queer commons marks at the same time, in my perspective, the lived experiences, the sedimented forms of life and habituated genres of feeling and orientations towards the world, as much as what is in excess coming from the virtual, the undecidable, the undetermined, the potential coming from the future and the relation with otherness, as a gesture of openness towards the potentiality of being otherwise, becoming and forming alternative worlds, relations, belonging and commons, but starting precisely from the social relationality and exposure testified by the everyday and historical experiences of queer people. Most importantly, maybe with the concept of queer common, my goal is further to critically engage a leftist and feminist genealogy and practices of commoning and thinking the common, from Marx' Grundrisse through the Italian autonomist theories of the immaterial, affective and cognitive labor, the expropriation of the common as contemporary form exploitation within post-Fordist capitalism, but also the socialist feminist investigations of reproductive unpaid labor and traditional commons governed and managed by women in the work of Silvia Federici, for example, all the way to the queer commitments to general sex and the disarmament of the pharmacoporno capitalism that possesses, controls and privatizes the orgasmic power, potentia gaudendi, as a key labor force in modern capitalist production, as argued by Paul Preciado, for example. As Preciado argues, we must abandon the heteronormative capitalist dreams and romances of innocent, non-public, non-political sexuality and the private body. Our bodies are embedded and materialized solely through the ecologies of biocodes, images, mediated excitation, drugs, molecules, chemical compositions in the pill form, discursive material technologies, apparatuses and prostheses, all of which are being the commons and the common post-human resources. These commons through which our technobodies exist extend throughout history and the present and are being transformed with the coming of the future through touch, exchange, innovation and mutual affections of the multitude of bodies. In this line of thought, with the concept of queer commons, I would like to critically address also the contemporary capitalist entertainment, business, corporative and media profit-generating appropriations, commodification and fetishization of LGBTI and plus identities. Most paradigmatically, for example, embodied in the business franchise of RuPaul's Drag Race, in fashion industry, in cosmetics industry, in Hollywood mainstream cinematography, etc. The appropriation of the queer commons on the one hand erases the collective, transgenerational, transnational histories of the queer commons, being both source for queer communities and subjectivity and productive capacity that further produces, transforms and invents new queer commons, precisely through processes of collaboration, collective work, support, creativity and care, which is to say through communication, collaboration and community interaction in common. On the other hand, the capitalist corporative and entertainment industry reduces the question of queerness to inner, private, property-like identity and authenticity, as a if a desire or sexual orientation extracted from the practices, communications and relations in the common, both the queer commons and the wider commons of humanity. This contemporary intertwining of queerness, or rather one could better say LGBTIQ plus identities, and post for this neoliberal capitalist real consumption of society and subjectivity, reflects the double articulation of production of subjectivity under capital, both as production and consumption, as an increased exploitation of the trans individual and the commodification of the pre-individual, as Jason Reed, for example, argues. Last but not least, with the queer commons, I would like to contest the nationalistic, heteronormative, isolationist logic of the common, conceived as a communal essence, identity, property, predicated and constituted always on the grounds of exclusion of certain bodies, such as queer bodies and desires, women, ethnic and racial minorities, the poor, etc. In this line, I would like to queer, estrange, alienate and transform this logic of the common, not merely by including sexual, gender, racial, etc. minorities in the existing frames of the common, or by simply redistributing the commons understood as social, public and natural resources, infrastructures or goods, but by radically undermining this metaphysical, communitarian, identitarian-based logic of the common, setting it both as collective source and effect product and environment for the being in common, which is always open to temporality, relationality and transformation, and subject to collective, inclusive and common governance and distribution. This understanding of the commons, I believe, can be investigated, and maybe we can open this in the further discussion, in particular through three forms of relations, sociality and sensibility that disclose our being in common most paradigmatically, I think, although they are considered as intimate and personal concepts and practices. And those are friendship, love and affects, all of which in the history of Western experience play a constitutive role in the collective political imaginations on community, politics, the nation, sovereignty, the subject and embodiment on the one hand, but there are also allocations of re-articulation of these categories throughout the history of queer politics, cultures and intimacies on the other hand. Thank you very much, and I'm open for further discussion.
Forensic Architecture is a research agency based at Goldsmith University of London, investigating human rights violations, including violence committed by states, police forces, militaries, and corporations. FA works in partnership with institutions across civil society, from grassroots activists to legal teams to international NGOs and media organizations. Our investigations employ cutting-edge technologies in spatial and architectural analysis, open-source investigation, digital modeling, immersive technologies, as well as documentary research and situated testimony. I'll speak about two cases showing how technology plays out in the perpetration of violence and in forging new means of resistance. FA's investigation often start with open-source materials like videos and photos posted online, by witnesses or perpetrators of violence. Every piece of footage shows a partial detail of a larger incident. We locate these images in space and place them in a 3D model so that we can understand them in relation to one another. The 3D model is a medium to navigate between perspectives and reconstruct an event in space and time. This allows us to question and contest narratives by state and corporate perpetrators and produce evidence of how those events unfolded. During the pandemic, one of our major investigations shifted from spatial to digital violence by investigating how the NSO Group, an Israeli technology firm, enabled state terror with their surveillance technology. NSO is known for its spyware Pegasus, which has been used in at least 45 countries worldwide to infect the phones of activists, journalists, and human rights defenders. Forensic architecture undertook almost 2 years of extensive open source research, conducted interviews, and developed new software to analyze and present this data in an interactive 3D platform. Our analysis of testimonies by activists and journalists hacked by Pegasus reveals relations and patterns between separate incidents in the physical and digital sphere, demonstrating how phone infections are entangled with real-world violence. Testimonies play an essential role in our investigations. In projects like Sednaya Prison and Evros Pushbacks, we use our pioneering technique of situated testimony that uses 3D models of the scenes and environments in which dramatic events occurred to aid in the process of interviewing and gathering testimony from witnesses to those events. Together with an architecture researcher, a witness is filmed reconstructing the scene of an event, and the 3D model becomes a vehicle to explore and access their memories of the episode in a controlled and secure manner. This methodology blurs the boundary between the technologist expert view and the ethnographic narrative, in what Matthew Fuller and Eyal Weizman would call a collective and diffused mode of truth production, as the use of technology here is intended to document a political struggle, and the personal account is used to provide evidence of human rights violations. One of our ongoing investigations documents the ethnic cleansing of Jerusalem out of its Palestinian residents. The case focuses on the Sheikh Jarrah neighborhood in the city, which came to international recognition last May. Displacement is not uncommon in Jerusalem. Every year, hundreds of houses are either demolished or evicted. What was different in the case of Sheikh Jarrah is that families, like Al Kurt family, took to social media to create awareness about their cases and document their daily life under occupation. This created a wide solidarity campaign with the families, both locally and internationally, and placed tremendous pressure on the occupation court system not to rule for the expulsion. The legal struggle for these cases is still ongoing. Ethnic cleansing in Palestine is a systematic process enabled by the power gap between the Israeli occupation forces and Palestinians. In Jerusalem, these mechanisms of displacement are further enforced by means of strategic complexity and ambiguity. Complexity is used in the sense that displacement does not follow one clear logic. It is carried on under different legal, spatial, administrative, and political means, like demolishing houses under the pretext of not having a legal permit to build, which is almost impossible to get for Palestinians, or carrying on urban development projects that replace Palestinian bodies, alive or dead, with highways, schools, and parks, or allowing settlers to claim ownership over properties in the city under laws of return that are given to Zionist organizations and denied to millions of Palestinian refugees who lost their land during Al-Nakba, or by other legal instruments like the absentee property law that places the properties of Palestinian refugees under the control of the State of Israel rather than their family members who stayed in the country. The ambiguity of the displacement machine, on the other hand, is evident in the ever-changing laws and regulations that control Palestinian rights in the city, and the sole access and control of the occupation authorities over maps, documents, and personal registration records, and the lack of spatial documentation of the previous displacements. Add to that the gradual, scattered, and expanding disposition that makes it hard to grasp the systematic ethnic cleansing process underneath. We engaged in this research as an act of solidarity with the families in Sheikh Jarrah, and with the conviction that social movements and international support are driven by awareness of facts on the ground. In our investigation, we're trying to untangle this complexity and analyze the different displacement mechanisms through the families' testimonies and discussions with lawyers representing them. We are also trying to unmask ambiguity by plotting in one place the sites of displacement together with a timeline of the legal struggle. By doing so, we were confronted by the same complexity and ambiguity of the truth on the ground, manifested by the lack of access to the city's maps and statistics of property ownership. The colonial history of mapping and technology is evident in the context of Palestine. Public mapping platforms such as Google Earth and Apple Maps deliberately degrade the resolution of satellite imagery in the region, which sets back the work of researchers like ourselves using open source and publicly available data, while the Israeli occupation deploys facial recognition technologies to escalate surveillance of Palestinians in the West Bank. We try to break the monopoly of knowledge and access to information by collaborating with Palestinian civil society groups and human rights organizations. Their work is vital in collecting evidence of human rights violations, especially as the International Court announced last March that it would begin an investigation into the situation in Palestine. On the 19th of October, Israel's Minister of Defense issued a decision designating 6 leading Palestinian human rights and civil society organizations, including 4 of forensic architecture collaborators, as terror organizations. On the 8th of November, Frontline Defenders revealed that the devices of 6 Palestinian human rights defenders had been infected with Pegasus spyware, marketed by the Israeli NSO group, the same group we investigated in our digital violence project. Some of the phones hacked belong to our colleagues in these groups. FA stands with these 6 groups, values their contributions, and intends to continue our joint work. With local communities and civil society organizations attacked with unprecedented violence, the question of the democratization of technology becomes more urgent, especially the technology that allows people living under colonial violence to document violations of human rights and in turn hold the responsible state to account. We aim to make our research methodologies available to local communities and other researchers by open sourcing our tools and making tutorials and workshops to disseminate our technical skill set. The intertwined relation between spatial and digital dominance in the context of anti-colonial struggle in Palestine demonstrates how the hegemonic production of knowledge and manufacturing of truth does not only rely on weapons and technology, but also on access to information. Our work aims to question and dismantle these violent state narratives while empowering ground-up accounts of public truth. To quote Matthew Fuller and Eyal Weizman in their recent book, Investigative Aesthetics, an anti-hegemonic investigation, drawing out and combining individual recordings until they become collective, a commons, is an intrinsically aesthetic practice. By understanding this capacity of collective sensing and sense-making, we can work towards a renewed, careful, but politically powerful conception of truth practices today.
Hello, and hello to Ira, Slavko, and Nur. Thank you so much for joining us and for these nice introductory statements. Although I can't say that they are introductory because they were very dense and really engaging and interesting, so thank you for that. I will give over the floor to Ira, and of course remind our audience that they can also submit their questions to our email at info@artbox.gr. Ira? The mic is yours.
Thanks to both of you, Slavko and Noor, for giving us your unique insights into our political moment and into the stakes for the future of community, social movements, and solidarity. Noor, thank you particularly for the glimmer of hope. We usually think of computational tools and grassroots activism as these two separate universes. And when they do meet, it's usually not good news. It's usually to perpetuate oppression, to further profits, to strengthen power at the expense of social causes. But I understand from your work that this doesn't have to be the case always, and that technical expertise can also nourish fights for justice. And Slavko, thank you very much for highlighting for us the consciousness of our shared vulnerability as the base condition of our relationality as it emerged after the experience of the pandemic, and for showing us some new ways to question the universal figure of the capitalist subject, of the individual, competitive, entrepreneurial subject. One common idea that emerged from your statement was that of holding power accountable in new ways, and of questioning conventional wisdoms, and of exposing problematic claims either to neutrality and objectivity through technical data, or through claims to what is optimal, desirable, or inevitable. So could I ask you both to speak to that, please? Slavko, if you want to start.
Thank you, Ira, and thank you, Lida, and thank you, everybody from the festival first for inviting me. It is such an honor, and I feel very humbled to be part of the festival and to be sharing this space with such an incredible group of people, most of which are people that I have been learning so much throughout the years from. So it is truly an honor. So. In regards to your intro, and as I understood, if I did well, sorry, because I think there was some problem with the tone while you were speaking. So maybe I can just briefly expand on why I think it is such an important thing and problem now to get back to the question of the common and the commons. So I will not enter now into this discussion what is the more proper designation, whether common or commons. For example, Harta Negri used the common version with certain ontological implications, while more socialist discussions engage with the commons, with certain infrastructures and goods, etc. So I will leave that question aside. But I think that at this moment, this might be maybe the crucial question, but also one of the major points that can mobilize different struggles and serve as a source, as a ground, as a certain anchoring point, if you want, around which different struggles can be brought together, and as a possibility for developing a new historical hegemonic bloc that would oppose the dominant financial neoliberal capitalist, which also engages different liberal strands within activism and different identity struggles, including liberal feminism, as, for example, Nancy Fraser has been very vocal in criticizing, but also mainstream LGBTI movements, etc., etc. But the question of the commons is not only brought to the scene now through different indigenous, racial, anti-racist, movements, but also new feminists, as Sylvia was speaking. But I think is a point that is particularly important now when we saw what was happening in these past 2 years. Let me give you the most obvious example. We had production of vaccine. that production of the vaccine was made on the grounds of a certain history of knowledge production that is transnationally, trans-individually disseminated, and trans-scientifically or transdisciplinary. It includes the knowledge for the DNA, the genome, the different technologies that have been produced at different locales, different sites that have been used by the current dominant pharma companies that are actually selling the vaccine and restricting the access by patenting the vaccine to different regions in the world. Even worse, those pharma companies, such as, for example, Pfizer, have been doing their research on the grounds of immense public funding that has been invested throughout the years, which is money that have come from citizens. And in the end, we have the final end product of that is another form of expropriation or privatization of the common, which is the common knowledge, etc., etc., etc. The example of, for example, what Nuru was speaking, what I see is a question, as she emphasized, also of commoning, of distributing, redistributing, and democratizing the access to technologies and knowledge and information, and especially technological knowledge that can be used as a ground for making governments more accountable and speaking truth, paresia in Foucault terms, to power or to governments. But it is also a question of struggles that directly address how, for example, the Israeli government has been depriving Palestinian population for a century now almost of having access to commoning and to being in the common. So it is not a matter of recognizing and asserting a certain ethnic or racial identity or certain truth about identity. It is a matter of having access to being part and thus to be capable of transforming myself by engaging with others in the common. And I think there is also the major question that concerns sexual minorities, for example. I'm tired of hearing the talks, especially now mainstream entertainment in the industry is doing of speaking of authenticity, of speaking the truth, speaking the inner truth deep inside us, and how that can be just made publicly visible. No, it is not a matter of asserting our identity or asserting our truth. It is a matter of having the possibility for freedom, which is having the possibility for becoming something else, for becoming otherwise, for engaging with the world and sharing in the common world. So I think that the common as a concept can give us the grounds now for reimagining struggles, which will dispense with these century-long epistemic and theoretical discussions on what are the root causes or what is the one root cause of all oppression and all of all exploitation, whether it is capitalism, whether it is patriarchy. Of course, all of these are important and the difference between them should be investigated. But I think that we should be looking at a point, at a platform through which we can see what we share in common as what we are being deprived of, and also what is our future utopian emancipatory horizon, where we want to go. And I think that not necessarily the only one, but I propose that the concept of the common and the commons can be one of those points around which we can create this chain of equivalence, as Laclau and Mouffe were speaking in terms of certain left populisms. So maybe I would use this for further entry in the discussion.
Thanks very much. So I understand, just to sum it in one word, that we're coming back to this idea of commoning as something for which we have more ripe political conditions and we are more able to deploy that in order to question power in new ways. If I can just the same question to Noah. Noah, what makes this moment particularly opportune for questioning power? Is this really a moment of reckoning and truth? Is there something particular to the experience of the pandemic, or were we already on these trajectories before?
I think the trajectory maybe started before the pandemic for sure, but The pandemic specifically like added another layer of possibility of connection, especially like for people in Gaza who live under siege for 10 years. Like for the first time, or like people who are denied from traveling, leaving the country or entering. These kind of restrictions that was imposed on just like a small group of people who live in a certain political struggle right now, suddenly because of the pandemic was enforced on the whole world. So like for the first time, like even if you have a good passport or you don't need visa to enter any country, or like you have the financial means to travel, right now you're not able to do so, and like people are even locked within their own houses. So I think that brought a level of kind of like understanding, like to what people who live under political struggle went through. Like the idea of the common, if I want to call it, or like specify the digital common here, like social media, the internet, like the beginning of the Arab Spring was actually very much based on that, on people like before being able to meet in space, like they're in a way met on this in a kind of like digital sphere. And although like technology itself, like Facebook, it has all of this censorship for the for certain contexts, even if it claims to be a platform where all opinions can be shared, or like different kind of people are represented there. Like it has its mechanisms of censoring. To give a specific example, Palestinian content, especially during the last war in Gaza in May. So for me, it's to approach this from the concept of commons. It's interesting, like to talk about who has right to the city, but also who has right to be part of the truth production or truth creation process as well. So so kind of like the social production of space and social production of truth as well. So in our investigations, we try to play on the other aspect, like the social production of truth, how in so many cases we contest the official narratives, like that sometimes hide certain details about how one incident unfolded, or in other cases they like the violence that happened between around migration between the Turkish and Greek border, where the Greek government completely denied that anyone was killed there. So our work tried to provide evidence for such cases by means of by spatial means, by actually providing the location for this incident. So it become, in a sense, truth, because like if you have a piece of media that's floating in like Facebook or Twitter, without this layer of verification, without tying this piece of evidence to a location and a time, it does not provide this evidentiary value that is that it's important for. So accountability is a recurring theme in our work, and the production of truth. And maybe like I can be optimistic a little bit sometimes in terms of the use of technology. I mean, like the NSO investigation and their spyware, for sure, it's the horrifying side of technology, like technology and capitalism, like these power, the state power as well. Like you have these very rich governments who are able to deploy a very expensive technology to hack the phone of activists and journalists and human rights defenders within the pandemic. So so the kind of like this struggle is not spatial anymore, but it's also digital. Like even if you are in lockdown in your house, in your own, it's not like invading the common space. It invades your personal space, like your intimate space. Like if your phone can act as a recorder, or your camera can be turned on and film you without knowing. So there's like a very kind of another layer of invasion through the digital sphere as well, and it's enabled by technology. So we're not denying that technology has this history, like also mapping, as I referred to in my statement, they have these history of like being a tool for the powerful, for the rich and the powerful, but also they provide other opportunities as well. Like and within these opportunities, we try to operate at the same time by staying like alert and critical to the negative sides of that comes with the use of technology.
Great. At this point, I have a list of many questions, but I also wanted to ask if you had any questions for each other. Slavko.
Yeah, Nur, if you would allow me, this is very selfish in a way, since this is very related to my also research interest, but I was very intrigued in the end when you quoted Fuller and his latest work. I'm very intrigued about this idea of investigative aesthetic. And you also mentioned the idea of what you're doing, understanding as a certain aesthetic practice, which refers to collective sensing and collective sense making. So I'm very interested if you can say maybe something more about idea of the aesthetic, which I presume you use it in this more original version of something that engages the senses and the capacities of senses for knowing and producing knowledge. But how do you relate it specifically to your work? I'm very curious about this idea.
So I think the idea in the book is written by Matthew Fuller and Eyal Weizman, forensic architecture's director, and it referenced a lot of forensic architecture projects and investigations in the book. Maybe it starts like with the positionality of forensic architecture, like our work sometimes is used as evidence in court, and sometimes as like artwork, in a sense, in galleries. So in court we can be attacked that this is not because of the aesthetics that we use. This is not like evidence exactly, it's a work of art. And the art gallery maybe also it doesn't sit exactly there because it, for sure it has its politics, it has its scientific grounds as well. But in terms of sense and sense making, maybe I can comment like on the spatial dimension of our work and the spatial dimension of our sense making, like because we live in space, we operate in space, so locating images or like fragments, let's say, of truth that are spread all through like multiple like open source or like publicly available sources, like images in social medias, videos scattered in different places, like on their own, like they don't provide a kind of like complete and synthesized narrative of a certain incident that happened. So by bringing them together spatially and time-wise as well, we try to provide a narrative that sometimes has to do with a small incident, but the incident itself is tied to a bigger context, like political context or whatever. So it's not like this one incident that happens in one time in frame, but this is actually tied to a bigger timeline of, let's say, kind of like political context that enables or like allows such incidents or violations to happen. So the aesthetics here is, I think, refers to the type of work that we do, but also like for us, it's because the work is political, then like it's very important that it's a medium to communicate a political struggle with a certain visual language that other people can understand. So if the work is aimed to activate solidarity and raise awareness, then the language of art, it becomes important vehicle kind of like to transfer these ideas. So it's not like only a technical report or reporting on certain incident, but it's kind of like it has this agency of communicating a political struggle through the aesthetics of the work itself.
Yeah, super, thank you. Thank you for this.
Okay.
Ties in very well with the point that emerged before about
Ira, sorry to interrupt. Could you increase your volume a little bit, maybe, or suddenly we cannot hear you very well.
I will try to speak louder.
Great, thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
I wanted to highlight that this last response by Noor really ties in with our previous point about expanding notions of the commons to include even the production of truth, where truth becomes a kind of democratic participatory process. I think it also links very well with what you were sharing about commoning, Slapshot, that there are more elements that we need to consider as parts of the process of commoning, including whatever emerges from minoritarian consciousness. So I wanted to ask Noor at this point if she had a question for you before I tie together your points.
Okay, I'm not sure if it's exactly a question, but it was like very interesting for me, like to hear your statement and that like you quoted the work of Deleuze and Foucault, and like especially Deleuze, like for me, it made me think like about how his work translated into the architectural practice, like the new materiality, eminence, transcendence, all these ideas, the way they were translated into architecture, they helped in the emergence of computational theory in architecture and the use of digital tool. And this kind of like, it kind of like started a new kind of architecture that is not top down in a way, but it's like, as claims to be bottom up, but the people who kind of like appropriate this thinking, like Zaha Hadid architects, like her partner Schumacher, like he talks about like bottom up city, the free market, but also he's the same person who kind of like advises for the removing any public space, like making privatizing every space in the city. And the way that bottom-up understood here is that the city will regulate itself as if it was like a flat ontology, denying that the hierarchy and power dynamic. So personally, this was kind of like the reason why I took a step a little bit away from architecture and architectural design and wanted to engage with something different, because even these concepts like are understood differently within the architectural practice. So it's not a question exactly, but a comment. I'm not sure if you want to respond to it.
Yeah, that's very interesting. This specific and technical details on how the Deleuze's work is being specifically appropriated and used in developing of different technologies within the architecture studies is not something I'm very well familiarized with, to be honest, although I'm more or less well familiarized with how in general Deleuze's thinking have been used in thinking the relationship between architecture and embodiment. For example, even feminists such as Elizabeth Gross has done incredible work in this field. And just recently, I think a few days ago, one not big collection was published again that engages architecture and Deleuze's work. But for me, this is very important. Although I did not, for example, explicitly quote Deleuze, Deleuze is somehow always in the back of my mind, although probably the major philosophical reference in my thinking about the common is Jean-Luc Nancy and his concept of being in common, which also maybe with some Deleuzian phone in the back, I have tried to rethink as a concept of bodying in common in order to emphasize this material dimension of what does the being in common imply and how corporeality is evolved here. And architecture and space in particular are very, very important. And I think that in political struggles is something that is always being put in the background as some static space that, I don't know, that is not strictly related in how our also phenomenological perspective is being developed, but more importantly, how collectivities are being developed and formed through the production of space and how the space actually produces these collectivities, but also the individual bodies within it. So it is very interesting point to think about, in particular in the context where I come from, for example, in Skopje, which is now famous for this Skopje 2014 architectural antiquization project produced by the conservative previous government. The architecture played a major role somehow in the production of the new nationalistic collectivity, but also in a production of a certain citizen and a certain citizen body that moves through this space and the sensorial relationship it establishes with this space. So it's very interesting, and thank you for pointing that.
Thank you.
So may I say that there are 2 minutes left? I feel that this is a really nice discussion also for the two of you, not only, and thank you, Ira, for making this nice question, because I feel that they are engaging Slavso and Nur together, and this is a really, I think, a really nice moment in our day. So would you like, yes?
Yeah, I'd like to, I mean, of course I can say many things, but let's say, try to say something more or less a kind of like remark, trying to bring together what you said, and probably also proposition, I don't know, perhaps it's a little bit far-reaching, but let's try it anyway. Clearly, I think it was clear that you use also the word common in a different way, and of course there is a big genealogy behind that. Slavso was very clear about it. My point of view is a little bit more coming from the economic theory, the actual idea about commons, as this has been basically introduced by Elinor Ostrom, not introduced, by researched, and I'm sure you're aware of the rules of the commons, that is, some resources that have to be respected within a specific territory, being used by a specific community following specific rules and regulations. So, taking this now as a point of reference, I will try to apply it a little bit to what you said, and perhaps make a point saying that maybe the queer understanding of commoning is that rule-giving system as it has been actually explored by Slavso here. So to put it in another way, how are we supposed to deal with the orgasmic potential, for example, that you were talking about, a word coming from Preciado? How are we meant to deal with capacities for joy, capacities for desire? Which are the rules to be followed? Definitely the heteronormative matrix is not. And also, what it became very clear, the identity politics is also not the case. I mean, in a way, identity politics is a kind of like further neoliberal development of the heteronormative matrix. So perhaps that's a kind of like suggestion, as you see. This rule-giving system perhaps is or could be seen the queer, let's say, understanding of how you're dealing with these common goods. I'm making a link there also to the production of truth that Nur was discussing, the production of space, because I see what forensic architecture is doing is perhaps a kind of tool. It provides us with a tool of how we deal with open source, open software, how we deal with the very idea of the open idea of space, socially produced space, territorial space or non-territorial space, and so on. So I would say that, and this is what I said, perhaps it's a little bit far-reaching, right? That in a way, forensic architecture provides us with this kind of tool, and most probably also queer organizations or queer thinkers, queer communities do also the same. So that's my kind of like remark and effort also to bring your points together in a little bit broader kind of like umbrella kind of like thinking. I don't know if you want to comment or find it interesting or not.
It's definitely very interesting connection, but also your point specifically for in relation to my use and trying to rethink the commons. But I don't know, but I think that the queer position is definitely more in relation to breaking this rule giving position or trying to somehow displace it. That's why I also think that the concept of the undercommons is maybe even more interesting for thinking this practice of the queer commoning. And you mentioned the orgasmic force and the ideas that Preciado was developing in Testo Junking, but also in other writings. I think the major idea is trying to find ways not only to produce these rules in relation to the common, but maybe these rules can be one general frame that can provide the ground conditions for the possibility of multiplication of the common. And I do believe that the queer experience, queer bodies in particular, demonstrate maybe even most paradigmatically, if you look at different non-binary and transgender and transsexual practices, of this use of the common, so the use of codes that are in the common, of the use of language, how gay people address each other, how they use the available gendered language, for example, or how dress codes or body uses or certain body codes are being used and reused, and what kind of new subjectivities and corporealities it can produce. So I think it is always a matter of extending the possibility for bodily prosthetics, if you want, because of bodily techniques, which are always common and produced in the common, but open towards futures that have to be democratically available.
Clear. Yes. Great. Thank you for that.
I think this would be the discussion to have in over drinks if we were finally actually in the same time and place, which would be fantastic. But does Ira or Noor want to make some closing remarks?
I would ask Noor first if she had it.
I think I'm good. It was a very interesting comment. Something to think about for sure. Yeah.
Great. Wonderful.
And on my part, it was super interesting. I gave it a lot of thought how a queer commons perspective and computational tools for spatial analysis can come together. But apparently there are a lot of links, and I think this very particular moment is kind of making this, giving us a kind of heated, closed space to make new transversal connections between things. And this was a great opportunity to rethink some of the categories through which we think social movement, subjectivity, and solidarity. So thank you both.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and thank you, Noor, for being here. I admire forensic architecture to such a degree. I mean, you were in Skopje in the Museum of Contemporary Art presenting your work, so it's incredible. Yeah. And to all the organizers, I can't wait tomorrow for Atena Athanasiou's lectures and for my dearest friend Ana Vujanovic to hear them both. So thank you for this
fantastic. You're making the bridge also for tomorrow's program. Thank you, Slavko. I would really love to have been with you right now. But Skopje is close, so we can maybe bring Noor, and then it's easy. We'll meet somewhere close to the border. We'll make a project together. Thank you all. Thank you, Ira. Thank you, Slavko. Thank you, Noor.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And see you again tomorrow.
See you. Bye-bye.
Halo.
Halo, dobro večer.
Dobro večer.
Zovem vezano za ovaj oglas. Razgovor o umjetnosti.
Super, drago mi je.
Kako je vaše ime?
Moje ime je Bojan, a vaše?
Mina.
Pa drago mi je. Evo, pa o kakvoj se umjetnosti može razgovarati ovako kasni čas?
Pa eto, kako vi umjetnosti hoćete da razgovarate?
Pa, umjetnost, kako sam pročitao, umjetnost, da li je dobra ili loša, zapravo zavisi od toga koliko ona zapravo progovara o pravima radničke klase. Ne znam li to definicija koja može stajati.
Znači vas zanima neka angažovana umetnost?
Pa angažovana, mislim da je ovo od nas dvoje trenutno što radimo je angažovana umjetnost. Jer dvoje apsolutnih stranaca se razgovaraju šta bi to mogla biti umjetnost. A umjetnost je vrsta komunikacije, posebno u javnom prostoru koji je zasićen investitorskim, jel tako, načinom promišljanja koji ima kapital da iznajmi javni prostor, da ga kupi, zapravo taj će i oglašavati što može. A ovo bi iskorak u smislu da, ajde sad nešto kao građanin, kao ljudsko biće na kraju, da ja probam učestvovati u javnom prostoru.
Izvinite, sad bi samo bio problem da vi mene nazovete, pošto ugasit će se veza, neće imati kredita.
Ok, možem.
Važi, hvala.
Halo.
Zdravo.
Zdravo.
Emir Ramović telefona, ja zovem povodom oglasja sa Akademije za Beča.
Ćao. Ćao, hvala na javljanju.
Eto, rekao samo da vidim, je li per se razgovor umjetnosti ili može i umjetnicima ili može život?
Pa mislim da je to sve jedno te isti razgovor.
A s kim razgovaramo?
Bojan Stojičić je pri telefonu.
Eto, drago mi je. Ja sam Emir Ramović ovdje iz Beča.
Drago je.
Ja sam umjetnik i aspekta. Ništa, ću samo rekao da se javim, pošto sam vidio preko Instagrama.
Super, baš mi je drago na pozivu. Recimo, kakva je situacija u Beču?
Ne znam, mislim, po meni je okej. Mislim da neće ni nabolje nagore, nego nekako je sad ovo kao iščekivanje šta će se dalje dešavati.
A je li tamo trenutno lockdown?
Nije.
Nije? Super.
Nije. Vidim, međutim zatvara se prema Balkanu šestoko, tako da mislim da će biti teško putovati.
Da, čuo sam da su većina letova zapravo otkazana. Kao mi visokorizični. Sad smo visokorizična zemlja i to je to onda.
Uglavnom, vrlo interesantan konceptualna instalacija, mislim. S obzirom na toliko godina historije oglasa, o sklonosti ka ne samo razgovoru, već ka nježnosti među ljudi, dodiru, pa i seksu, dalje, mislim da ovo itekako ima značaj.
Pa to je bila i osnovna ideja iza toga, jer javni prostor u gradu, posebno oglašivački javni prostor, je zapravo uvijek prepušten pravilima kapitala. Ko ima para da se reklamira, taj diktira zapravo ideologiju koja će stajati na ulici. I meni je bio ovo neki pokušaj da hajmo na neki način, šta bi to moja bila intervencija kao građana ili prvenstveno kao kao čovjeka. Koja bi to moja intervencija bila u javnom prostoru i nekako pa možda je razgovor to što bih htio.
To je u suštini što sam, ja mislim, kad ne znam sad da banalizujem kad kažem svaki umjetnik, ali mislim svaka osoba će pogotovo umjetnik svojim radom, nebitno kojem fahu, šta zapravo priželjkuje da ne samo da bi bio shvaćen, nego da će dijalog, razgovor, samo to je način komunikacije, da li je to skulptura, konceptualna muzika, film, škarstvo, nebitno. Ja mislim da je jako interesantno da neko, vrlo jasno izražena poruka u smislu. Mislim, odlično. Ne samo što je duhovito, već mislim u svakom duhovitom elementu ima jako puno filozofije, tako da to je vrhunac svega.
Hvala puno, pa to je za mene veliki kompliment.
Ne znam, drago mi je za tu instalaciju, nadam se da ćeš, ako mogu ja na ti, da ćeš dobiti poziva.
Pa već imam od juče, od kada je to krenulo, od kada je postavljen baner, pa kako je to krenulo na socijalnim mrežama, koji su također jedan javni prostor, to jednostavno telefon non stop zvoni i oni najrazličitiji ljudi, od ovako ljudi koji sa velikim interesom i zanimanjem do ljudi koji zapravo kojima to na neki način možda i smeta, koji se čude zašto to, ali mislim da je sve to jako, jako pozitivno.
Dio razgovora, a razgovor je bio dijaloga.
Da.
A to je mislim, ja ne samo kao umjetnik, već i kao arhitekta svjestan sam tog ajde recimo sarajevskog, da ne kažem bosanskog, jer više znam Sarajevu nego Bosni, ja tu studirao i radio, da je javno mijenju, taj javni dijalog je zapravo jako zapostavljen, a on je marginaliziran kao nešto što nije, odnosno kako da formulišem, mislim da ljudi su dobili osjećaj da moraju oni lično, privatno biti dio javnog mnijenja, a da nije javno mnijenje nešto izolovano van privatnog, nešto apstraktno, da nije to neki Tito ili neki sistem, već da je to oni kao privatna osoba su dio javnog mnijenja. I mislim da je ova instalacija tu na neki način i preispituje i pokazuje kako zapravo nešto vrlo što potiče iz nekih intimnih sferi, pa čak iz nekog tabua ili nekog obskuriteta, to neki javni oglas za kontakt, zapravo go vrlo dobro pravi tu transponuje nešto privatno ka nečem javno, tako da mislim vrlo uspjelo.
Slažem se. Mislim sam da recimo javni prostor je prepušten investitoru, politika je prepuštena traumi i onda zapravo kao da niko nema želju ili možda čak prije možda nema načina da komunicira u ovakvoj sredini kako je Sarajevo, da nema zapravo komunikacije šta to nama zapravo treba. Čak i na lokalnoj bazi od nekih banalnih stvari kad se odlučuje da li neki trotoar ili šta treba od zgrada rušiti, šta graditi, tu je uglavnom sve prepušteno nekoj reakciji koja dolazi iz traume, koja je ili isključiva, koja može biti ili ovo ili ono, ne može biti ništa između.
Da.
I zato ja mislim jako bitno pokretanje dijaloga.
I edukacija o dijalogu.
Da, naravno.
Šta je generalno dijalog? Dijalog nije crno dijelo.
Da, a to je recimo na čitavom Balkanu, to je veliki problem, kultura dijaloga.
Yes.
Mogućnost da se neko sasluša i mogućnost da se iskaže.
Da, dijalog je, ja ga baš tako poznajem. Iz ličnog iskustva više nešto među našoj kulturi. Nešto što ja čekam da ti završiš da bi ja nešto rekao. Tako, razumijem. Ali dobro mislim, drago mi je i čestitke na potezu i nadam se da ćeš imati interesantni razgovor.
Hvala puno.
So thank you everyone for being with us this first day of the Freiraum Festival. Thank you to all the partners that joined us, the Freiraum partners. Thank you to the speakers, the moderators, and of course the artists for their really interesting and engaging artistic contributions. Join us tomorrow at 1 o'clock Central European Time, when we will focus more on the issue of art in the digital public sphere, on two specific case studies, curating and live arts. The day will start with a keynote lecture by Athina Athanasiou, and the program will also include tomorrow as well live connections to more Freiraum members, artistic interventions, and of course Q&A sessions at the end of each discussion where you can also submit your questions. Thank you again for joining and see you tomorrow. Closing, we will watch the last artistic intervention of the day. Tomorrow we will also have the chance to have a short conversation with the artist, Menelas Lomis. Enjoy and see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.